Tyrion Lannister stood on the prow of the ship, leaning against the worn, sea-salted wood and gazing at the outline of the coast. The wind off the sunset sea was brisk, ruffling his hair, blowing over the water's surface with an unsettling whisper. He had always been a poor sailor, prone to seasickness on long voyages. This time, though, the knot in his stomach had little to do with the churning waves below. Casterly Rock rose in the distance like a specter of his past, a fortress of gold-hued stone perched high on the rocky bluffs, an unassailable seat of power that loomed large over the seas and even larger in his memory. He had left this place as an outcast so many years ago, but fate, tangled in cunning and illusions, had conspired to bring him back again. And not simply as a visitor. He was returning as a conqueror. He could see the faint shape of Lannisport's harbor now, busy with merchant cogs and fishing vessels, though many had been abandoned or sunk in the strife that had plagued the Westerlands. Sailors on Tyrion's ship bustled behind him, calling out instructions and hauling lines, but he heard their shouts as little more than echoes in the distance. The pounding in his chest had become an insistent, maddening drumbeat. This journey had begun with tenuous alliances, whispered confidences, and clandestine promises. Now he was about to stare down the seat of House Lannister, his own family's seat, and attempt what no one had dreamed possible, turn Casterly Rock into a bastion of his own making. He closed his eyes, letting the wind lash across his face. Memories of his father, Lord Tywin, cut through his mind in a sharp flash, each recollection a steel trap. How many times had Tywin reminded him that he was an embarrassment to the family? How often had he been the butt of mockery at feasts, subjected to scorn behind closed doors, or left out of the corridors of power entirely? The Rock, the very walls and great halls of that place, had all but borne witness to his humiliation. His father might be long dead now, but his presence was alive in that fortress. Every Golden Lion banner, every echo in the hallways carried the weight of Tywin Lannister's legacy. For Tyrion to tread those halls again would be no easy thing. But that was the nature of Tyrion's life, doing the impossible. Rising where he was meant to stumble. Surviving when all logic suggested he should have perished. First he had shot his father with a crossbow on the privy, then fled across the narrow sea, only to return to Westeros under another banner. He allied with Daenerys Targaryen for a time, navigated labyrinthine politics, and eventually found himself realigning allegiances when that once promising cause crumbled in fire and ruin. Indeed, the dance of power in the Seven Kingdoms had changed many times since the First War of the Five Kings. And Tyrion had changed with it, adjusting his stance, forging new pacts, losing friends, and building a network of support far from the Rock. Yet, his heart had always circled back to that monstrous citadel. What would Jaime think if he were alive? Would he have fought Tyrion, or quietly accepted that perhaps the last Lannister son left standing had a right to claim the seat of his ancestors? What of Cersei? Should she still be breathing somewhere? Would she pour out venom and raise what remained of her forces? These questions were endless, and Tyrion had no ready answers. His only certainty was that he had grown to see the conquest of the Rock as the key to his own destiny. By seizing it, he would at last silence all ghosts, living and dead, that taunted him. He turned, his fine leather boots making a soft scrape on the ship's deck. A handful of soldiers, most were men from the Reach, sworn to him after the last great upheaval, stood ready, wearing mail and the newly forged banner that blended Tyrion's personal insignia with the Golden Lion of Lannister, though cunningly altered. In the lion's paw was a scaled quill, a nod to Tyrion's strategic mind. They bowed their heads in respect when he walked by, a courtesy he was still not entirely accustomed to. But he did not let his unease show. He needed them to see him as a leader who possessed confidence enough to reclaim his birthright. As they neared Lannisport, Tyrion felt a rush of anticipation. He recalled the winding streets of the bustling city, the taste of spiced wine in local taverns, the smell of salted fish lying in barrels on the quays. How many times had he visited the port as a boy, overshadowed by the presence of his father or older siblings? All of that was behind him now. He was no longer a curious child dwarfed by the tall shapes of older nobles. He was the one commanding the small fleet. He was the one whose name would be on every tongue soon enough, Tyrion, the imp who took Casterly Rock. They landed just after midday, the sunlight bright on the pale brown docks. Lannisport was in a state of uneasy quiet. Rumors of war had come too often in these last decades, leaving folk with caution etched into their faces. Tyrion's men marched off the ships in orderly rows, disciplined enough not to appear like marauders but swift enough to look like a true occupying force. He had chosen them for their loyalty, forged through promises of land, gold, and positions at the Rock once he claimed it. Few illusions remained about what lay ahead. Though the city had no strong standing army of its own, much of what had once been Lannisport's defense was either drawn to the rock or shattered in the unrest that followed recent conflicts. Tyrion knew too well that a single spark could set a city ablaze. He had arrived with minimal bloodshed in mind. He wanted to rule Casterly Rock, not burn it. Even so, he gave an order for strategic caution. The men spread through the harbor district, occupying key checkpoints. It felt unnerving to see banners with his symbol overhead, but also exhilarating. With every step, he claimed more ground that had once belonged to father and siblings. He could almost smell the ghosts as he walked, his posture upright and eyes scanning. An envoy greeted him outside the custom house. The man wore tattered finery, a sign that the city's resources had been strained. Despite his uncertain expression, he dipped his head in a respectful bow. "My lord," he said, voice quavering, "we heard rumor you would return, but some said you were half a world away." Tyrion put on a courteous, if somewhat tight, smile. "Rumor travels the world over, my good man, and rarely does it get anything precisely right. Let us leave it at that." He gestured with a short wave of his gloved hand. "I have no wish to take Lannisport by force. Let those who dwell here know they may conduct their business freely. I come only for Casterly Rock and the seat that should rightfully be mine." The envoy swallowed, unsure. "Yes, my lord. Shall we expect your men to remain in the city?" "They'll remain just as long as necessary to keep order," Tyrion answered. "Fear not. I intend to spare this place from the horrors we have all seen too many times. If any remain loyal to the old ways of House Lannister that exclude me, they are free to come forward. There will be terms for them too, but they need not worry about slaughter. I'm more interested in forging the future than avenging the past." He saw relief in the envoy's eyes. Lannisport had been battered by the fluctuations of power for decades, and likely they wanted nothing more than a stable overlord. If Tyrion could present himself as such, the city would yield. Power, after all, was part the reality of swords and spears, part the illusion of public perception. Tyrion understood illusions better than most. He made his way through the winding streets, climbing the gentle slope that led from the harbor district toward the main thoroughfare. Faded banners of House Lannister still hung from buildings, lion sigils sun-bleached and torn. Some inhabitants peered from upper windows. Others scurried into alleys to avoid confrontation. A handful of children stood in silent curiosity before being ushered away by nervous mothers. Tyrion's armed retinue formed a protective ring around him. Though he was no warrior, they carried him forward with the poise of a commanding officer. He was well aware that one stray arrow could end his ambitions, but so far the city remained calm. When they reached the city square, Tyrion surveyed the open space. Stalls stood half-empty, some boarded up, others manned by hawkers too stubborn to abandon their trade. A statue of King Damon, commissioned when he was crowned decades back, stood leaning precariously, missing an arm. Birds had decorated it liberally with droppings. The city had the look of a place that had been neglected, starved of real leadership. A pang of guilt cut through Tyrion's mind. This was, in some manner, his inheritance as well, not just the fortress and the gold, but the responsibility to the people who lived under the Lannister name. Could he truly make a difference, or would he become just another warlord stamping his seal upon them? He had no chance to dwell on such thoughts. A fresh wave of anxiety stirred as horns echoed from the distant city walls. "High note, Sergeant." Lannisport's watchman had spotted someone or something on the horizon. Tyrion's immediate thought was that his landing had stirred a response from the garrison at Casterly Rock. That was inevitable. He calmly signaled for his men to spread out in a defensive ring. If the Rock had sent a detachment to intercept him here, so be it. He had prepared for this. The illusions he had sown, the forces he had gathered, the gold he had spent, all were meant to ensure that if a confrontation came, it would go in his favor. For a long moment, no threat materialized in the square. A hush seemed to drape over the city. Then a small group of riders entered the gates, trotting with caution, their horses bearing the Lannister sigil. Their cloaks were dusty, their faces grim. At the head rode a knight with a sunken face that Tyrion vaguely recognized from his youth, Ser Amory Heatherspoon or something close to that. The man was well past his prime, but carried himself with the officious dignity of a lesser Westerlands noble clinging to some shred of power. Tyrion stood firm, letting the men approach, letting them see the columns of armed soldiers backing him. He hoped the spectacle would force a surrender, or at least a negotiation, without bloodshed. Once they were within 10 paces, the knight lifted his visor. The expression that flickered across his face upon seeing Tyrion was torn between astonishment and resentment. "In the name of the Warden of the West," the knight announced in a coarse, trembling voice, "I demand to know by what right you sail into Lannisport with armed men and plant your sigil." We are loyal subjects of House Lannister. Tyrion almost laughed at the irony of it, though he kept his composure. House Lannister, you say? He drew a breath, letting tension grow. You speak to Tyrion of House Lannister, trueborn son of Tywin Lannister. I have returned to claim what is mine. Who presumes to hold my seat? The knight exchanged glances with the men behind him, uncertain. The seat belongs, indeed, it was once your father's seat, but word has it that the Rock's current lord is another distant cousin, Damon Lannister, who has served as steward in your family's absence. If you truly are Tyrion, you must know your claim is disputed by certain lines of inheritance. Tyrion eyed him sharply. Disputed by those who found it convenient to forget me, more like. My brother Jaime was Lord Commander of the King's Guard until his death and by custom could hold no lands. My sister Cersei turned half the realm against itself. We've bled Lannister power away. Now I am the only legitimate heir who stands unshackled by King's Guard vows or proven treasons. You might question my right, but it matters little. I stand with an army at your gates. I intend to march on the Rock. Will you stand in my way? For a heartbeat, Tyrion thought the knight would draw steel. There was a flicker in the old man's eyes, pride or fear, perhaps a dash of both. Then at last the knight lowered his head. If you take the Rock by force, you risk breaking the last bonds of loyalty House Lannister still commands, he said with carefully measured words. The lords of the Westerlands might see this as tyranny. But if you are indeed the rightful heir, prove it. Offer terms, my lord, and perhaps we can negotiate with Lord Damon. Lord Damon's time is finished, Tyrion declared, and though his voice wavered slightly with nerves, he projected as much authority as he could muster. Still, I am not here to burn what remains of House Lannister. He may surrender, or he may defend the gates. The choice is his. Go, if you wish, and carry that message to him. Or remain with me, and I shall remember your loyalty. The old knight's mouth pressed into a thin line. I will go, he said, lifting his visor back down. I must see to my duty. With that, he turned his horse about, leading the small group out through the gate, presumably heading west along the gold road to the fortress. Tyrion released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He glanced around at the silent watchers in the square, from the ragged merchants to the small folk blinking up at him. This was how conquest began, with a carefully worded threat, a tenuous promise of peace, and the unspoken knowledge that if diplomacy failed, swords would be drawn. He turned to his men and spoke in a voice quieter but no less resolute. We've come this far. Now we must be ready. Secure the city. No looting, no violence, unless absolutely necessary. Lannisport is ours in all but name, but winning hearts can be as important as winning battles. They nodded. One of his captains, a broad-shouldered fellow named Brenrick who had been a hedge knight before pledging himself to Tyrion, bowed in acknowledgement. We'll keep watch, my lord. When do we march for the Rock? Tyrion pressed his lips together, pondering. He had to time this carefully. Soon, he said. Let's first ensure that all messages and ravens are intercepted. I want no riders escaping to raise trouble in the Westerlands beyond the Rock's loyalists. Once that's done, we march. He left a contingent in the city, enough to maintain order and to protect his rear flank. The rest set out 2 days later, marching under newly minted banners that flapped in the brisk coastal winds. Casterly Rock lay a half-day's journey away by a well-traveled road that wound through hills and crags. The countryside bore the scars of past wars, scorched farmsteads, abandoned watchtowers. He had the sense of ghosts trailing them with every step. But he also felt a sense of destiny, something he had never quite believed in until that moment. Everything was culminating here, as if a hidden script had guided him all his life. As they climbed a ridge, the great mass of the Rock came into full view. In daylight, the fortress was imposing, carved partly from sheer stone, towering above the surrounding terrain. The main gates, he knew from boyhood tours, were near impregnable, guarded by layers of walls and portcullises. Behind them stretched a labyrinth of corridors and storerooms, sprawling deep into the bedrock. Casterly Rock was said to be the safest citadel in the west, if not all the 7 kingdoms. But Tyrion also recalled hidden sea access beneath the fortress and labyrinthine tunnels that could provide stealthy entrances, old smugglers' routes used during times of siege. He had studied them as a boy, sneaking about in the darkness with a torch and youthful curiosity. That knowledge might prove the key to victory now. He halted the column and took the measure of his forces. A few thousand men, hardly enough to lay a drawn-out siege if the defenders were well supplied. But Tyrion had planned meticulously for this. Agents inside the Rock, disgruntled staff, or lesser knights bribed with coin. He had spent years cultivating them, if only they had followed through. Perhaps the final advantage lay in cunning. Illusions of a frontal assault while a smaller force slipped inside to open the gates from within. It would not be a bloodless undertaking, but it might avert a prolonged war of attrition. As they made camp within sight of the fortress walls, Tyrion could not help but think of Tywin again. His father would have scoffed at the idea of the imp conquering anything. Yet that disapproval was precisely why Tyrion knew he had to succeed. He might never rid himself fully of Tywin's shadow, but if he stood victorious in the halls of Casterly Rock, he would at least have the final say. A sense of closure beckoned, intangible yet so close. Night descended, the sky a tapestry of stars. Fires glowed across Tyrion's camp, sending sparks up into the darkness. He sat in a command tent near a small desk, poring over maps. A pitcher of wine stood at his elbow, though he was doing his best not to overindulge. He knew from experience that decisions made in a drunken haze often led to regret. Instead, he sipped occasionally to calm his nerves. Outside, he heard the clank of mail, the low murmur of soldiers discussing the day's march. His mind wandered to those early years when he roamed the corridors of the Rock, reading in the library, trying to impress his tutors, but always overshadowed by Jaime's skill with a sword or Cersei's cunning manipulations. Tywin used to watch him with cold eyes as if expecting Tyrion to fail at every turn. And at every success, Tywin's disapproval only seemed to grow, as though offended that his stunted son dared to show glimmers of wit. Even in death, Tywin ruled over Tyrion's insecurities, but perhaps soon that yoke might be broken for good. He was shaken from his reverie by the arrival of a scout who stepped into the tent and bowed. "My lord, we've observed increased activity on the walls. Damon Lannister is strengthening the defenses. Archers patrol the battlements, and there's talk of catapults on the high parapets." The scout glanced at the maps arrayed on Tyrion's desk. "If we attack head-on, we'll be cut down." Tyrion nodded. "That was always the risk. They know we're here and that we're serious. But they may not know we have a few surprises. Did you manage to confirm whether any of our associates within the Rock have signaled readiness?" The scout's gaze flickered with uncertainty. "We saw no open signal, my lord. But we also didn't see any attempt to sabotage. The gates are firmly closed, no sign of subterfuge from the outside." "Patience," Tyrion murmured half to himself. "They'll act when the moment is right. They have to, or else this becomes more complicated." He inhaled deeply. "All right. Ensure the men know they might be called for a direct assault as a feint, but the real plan is infiltration. We'll wait until midnight. I know a secret way in. Make certain no one outside my chosen retinue has knowledge of this." "Understood." "Yes, my lord." The scout bowed once again and slipped out into the night. Tyrion let out a long breath once he was alone. It was one thing to conceive such a plan in a quiet chamber and quite another to execute it under the watch of an alert garrison. If the infiltration failed, he'd be forced into a siege he was ill-prepared to sustain, or a risky frontal attack that would undoubtedly cost many lives. Doubt gnawed at him. Could he truly claim to be better than Tywin if he led men to their deaths in a desperate gamble for power? But he steeled himself. Better a short, decisive strike than a prolonged bloodbath. In war, illusions could save more lives than honest brutality ever did. Midnight arrived beneath a moon partially hidden by drifting ciel. Oots. Tyrion assembled a small strike force of men he trusted the most, about 50, led by himself, his heart thrumming. They donned lighter armor, dark cloaks, each man armed with a short blade or crossbow, weapons suited for close quarters fighting in narrow passages. Torches might give them away, so they carried only shuttered lanterns and used them sparingly. Silently, they picked their way down a narrow path that descended toward the rocky base of Casterly Rock. The waves below crashed against jagged cliffs. Tyrion could smell the salt in the air, pungent and cutting. He remembered as a boy sneaking down to these cliffs, fascinated by the hollowed tunnels that supposedly led through the rock, a remnant of ancient mining attempts and smuggling routes. The trick was to find the entrance at low tide and navigate it quickly before the rising water made it impassable. He only prayed that the route remained open, that time and neglect had not collapsed it, and that Damon Lannister had not sealed it off. There were tense murmurs among the men, but none voiced a complaint as Tyrion led them along a hidden opening that yawned within the stone. It was a narrow crack, nearly invisible from even a short distance, but large enough to squeeze through if one knew where to look. His breath quickened with excitement and trepidation. Once inside, the darkness enveloped them, broken only by the flicker of their shuttered lanterns. The air was damp, the walls slick with algae where the tide came in. The echo of dripping water overlapped with the muffled thunder of the sea outside. Tyrion's memory guided him. He could almost see himself at 10 years old, holding a single candle, inching along these passages out of sheer fascination. He had discovered secret rooms and storerooms, even hidden cells, though he never told Tywin or his siblings what he had found. That knowledge was about to pay off in the most unexpected way. They advanced deeper, occasionally ducking low to avoid protrusions of jagged rock overhead. Sometimes the passage widened into a small cavern with a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. Other times it forced them to wade through brine pools that rose to their waists. At one point, a soldier lost his footing on the slick stone and fell into a small crevice, causing a gasp and splash that echoed alarmingly. Another soldier helped pull him out, each of them hushing the other with frantic gestures, as if the walls themselves might have ears. At last, after what felt like an eternity of silent progress, they reached a heavy iron gate that barred the tunnel's final ascent. Tyrion placed a hand on the rusted bars, dread pooling in his stomach. Had Damon and his men found this route and barricaded it? If the lock was secured or the gate reinforced, it might take too long to break through quietly. Their element of surprise would vanish. They had come too far to be thwarted by a single gate. He turned to Brenrick, who inspected the lock by the glow of a lantern. It was old, battered, perhaps from a time long before Tywin's rule. With luck, it might not withstand a subtle application of force. Brenrick tried a small crowbar, carefully prying at the lock. A soft screech of metal made Tyrion wince, though he doubted it would carry to the fortress above. Slowly, excruciatingly, the old lock began to yield. Then, with a faint click, it opened. Tyrion exhaled quietly in relief. They lifted the gate a few inches, then pressed it aside on ancient hinges that groaned like a discontented spirit. Beyond lay a spiraling staircase carved directly into the stone, leading upward. The air was stale and warmer, suggesting they had left the domain of the sea behind. Tyrion gave a quick gesture, and the men carefully began their ascent. They climbed in near silence, the only sounds the faint scuff of boots and the ragged hush of labored breathing. Tyrion led the way, though every step hammered at his nerves. The possibility of walking into a trap or emerging into a corridor filled with guards was impossible to dismiss. Finally, the spiral opened into a dimly lit corridor. The smell of dust and old parchment pervaded the air, and Tyrion realized with a start that this might be near the lower archives or storerooms for the castle's library. It had been years, but the memory was strong. If so, they were already well inside the rock's defenses. Guards would be posted near the main halls and gates, not down here among forgotten ledgers and aging records. He held up a hand, signaling for caution. The corridor was lined with unlit torches. In the distance, faint torchlight glimmered from around a corner, perhaps from a guard station or a corridor that led upward. Tyrion motioned for the men to split into two groups, one led by Brenrick to scout ahead and the other to cover their rear. The infiltration was going remarkably smoothly. Too smoothly, a voice in Tyrion's head whispered. He forced himself to remain focused. Step by step, they made their way through the subterranean corridors, guided by Tyrion's recollections and an occasional hush of a soldier pointing out a guard or a servant's footstep echoing from above. They managed to avoid detection for a time, using side passages to circumvent guard patrols. Tyrion felt a growing surge of confidence. He could almost taste victory. Once they found the mechanism to open the postern gate, an easier point of entry than the main drawbridge, they could bring in the rest of their forces. The defenders, surprised from within, might not even mount a coherent defense. The rock would be his. A sudden commotion shattered his illusions. Around a corner, the leading group of soldiers stumbled upon a patrol of 3 castle guards. Shouts erupted, steel clashed. Brenrick dispatched one guard with a quick thrust to the abdomen. Another guard cried in alarm, the sound echoing through the corridors. Tyrion grimaced. That was it. Surprise was gone. The fortress would soon be fully alert. He rushed forward, seeing one of his men fall with a crossbow bolt lodged in his throat. Blood spattered the ancient stones. A wave of raw fear washed over Tyrion. There was no turning back. If they lingered, if they hesitated, the entire infiltration force would be cut down. Their only hope was to press forward, reach the gatehouse, and open the postern for the army outside. "Go," Tyrion hissed to Brenrick. "Take half the men, find the gate controls. The rest of you with me. We'll hold off any guards that come from the other passage. Move quickly." Brenrick nodded and dashed down a corridor to the right, leading a handful of soldiers away. Tyrion stood in the corridor with a racing heart, brandishing a small dagger in one hand. He was no sword-swinging hero, but he had survived battles before using cunning and opportunistic strikes. A cluster of men remained with him, forming a defensive line. The flicker of torches against the walls turned their shadows into grotesque shapes, dancing in the chaos. Moments later, more guards rushed from around a corner, spears and swords at the ready. The corridor erupted in battle. Tyrion hung back, letting his men engage directly. He threw himself into the fray only when an enemy soldier lunged for him, ducking the blow and stabbing the man in the side. The guard howled, sagging to one knee. Tyrion felt hot blood on his hand. There was no time for shock. Another foe closed in. One of Tyrion's men bashed the guard's helmet with a cudgel, sending him sprawling. Shouts reverberated through the corridors, the clang of steel jarring in the enclosed space. Tyrion's mouth went dry with adrenaline. He had known infiltration would not be bloodless, but the closeness and intensity of the fight rattled him. They had to press on before reinforcements arrived in overwhelming numbers. "Fall back," Tyrion shouted to his men, meaning they should pull back deeper into the castle, not retreat to the tunnel. They had to keep pushing forward. They scrambled through a side passage, the guards in disarray behind them. Tyrion heard the frantic pounding of boots. The alarm must be echoing through the fortress by now. Damon Lannister and every knight loyal to him would soon be mobilizing. Doors opened to their left, revealing half-dressed watchmen scrambling for swords. Tyrion's soldiers quickly overpowered them or forced them to surrender. Yet for every passage they cleared, more defenders seemed to materialize in the labyrinth of corridors. It was becoming a running skirmish, with the advantage of surprise fading fast. Desperation fueled Tyrion. He directed them up a broad stair that he recognized. The gatehouse mechanism should be close. If Brenrick could get there first, he might raise the postern gate. Then Tyrion's main army outside could flood in, turning the tide. Tyrion prayed that years of dust and disuse had not fouled the levers and chains. A door to his right burst open, and a bellowing knight charged out. Tyrion stumbled back. Two of his men engaged the knight, steel scraping steel in loud shrieks. The hallway choked with conflict. Tyrion caught a glimpse of tapestries along the walls, golden lions prancing, some of them scorched or faded from old fires. This was a clash for the soul of House Lannister, fought in corridors that had once rung with family footsteps. Finally, a horn blast sounded, seeming to come from deeper in the fortress. Then another. Tyrion didn't know if that signaled that Brenrick had succeeded, or if Damon's men were calling for a counterassault. The confusion in the corridors was total. He pressed on, rounding a corner to see a wide stone landing. Ahead, he could see the arched entrance to what must be the gatehouse antechamber. Shouts emanated from within. Tyrion gestured frantically to his men, urging them onward. The scene that met them was chaos. Brenrick and his contingent were pinned against a wall by a squad of castle guards, while another group of Tyrion's men fought near a massive iron lever, presumably the mechanism controlling the postern gate. Bodies littered the floor. The whir of crossbow bolts cut through the air. Tyrion ducked as a bolt whizzed past, splintering against the stone behind him. "Hold them," Tyrion shouted. He rushed to the lever, thrusting his dagger into the neck of a guard who attempted to block him. The man gurgled, blood spraying. Tyrion's stomach lurched, but he forced himself to push the corpse aside and seize the lever. It was jammed or locked by a smaller pin. Desperately, he searched for the release mechanism. His breath came in ragged bursts. Everything depended on opening that gate. A guard lunged at him from behind. Tyrion whirled, jamming his dagger upward, catching the man beneath the chin. Tyrion stumbled back as the guard fell. The stench of iron and sweat enveloped him. He spotted a latch near the lever, hammered it loose with the pommel of his weapon. With a shriek of metal, the lever gave way, sliding forward. A deep rumbling commenced, vibrations traveling through the stone floor. He could almost see the postern gate rising in the distance, releasing the outer catch. Then came a roar from outside, a war cry from Tyrion's waiting forces, unleashed at last. He pictured them swarming through the open gate, pouring into the fortress. The guards around him hesitated, hearing the same thunder of footsteps. Their morale wavered. Some broke ranks, falling back in confusion. Brenrick and the others rallied, striking at the disoriented defenders. Tyrion clutched the lever, panting. His face was spattered with blood. His arm ached from the strain of fighting. But as more of his men burst into the antechamber, he felt a sudden surge of triumph. The infiltration had succeeded. The fortress was compromised. Now it was a matter of wresting control from Damon's battered defenders. A ragged cheer went up from Tyrion's men. He forced a grin, feeling the weight of what he had done. The corridor reverberated with the echo of steel and the pounding of boots as yet more of his soldiers flooded in from the newly opened gate. The tide had turned. "Push forward," Tyrion commanded, voice strained but resolute. "We make for the Great Hall. Damon will know we've come for him." He led the way with unsteady determination, navigating corridors once more, only this time they moved as a surging wave, not skulking infiltrators. The defenders who stood in their path clashed with them valiantly but were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers now pressing into the fortress. Rumors spread among Damon's men that Tyrion himself was on the ground, brandishing steel, unstoppable in his claim. It worked like a fever through the ranks, sowing panic. Bit by bit, corridor by corridor, they advanced deeper into the heart of Casterly Rock. The final major stand took place just outside the Great Hall, where Daemon Lannister's personal guard arrayed themselves in desperate defense. The clash was fierce. Swords bit into flesh, men screamed as they fell. Tyrion's soldiers had momentum on their side, Daemon's men had the advantage of prepared defenses. But it was not enough to stop the wave. Tyrion stayed behind the front line, catching fleeting glimpses of gilded doors that led into the hall where he had once dined under Tywin's cold gaze. By the time Tyrion stepped inside, breath ragged, a hush had settled. The guards were either dead, wounded, or captured. A few broken men knelt with heads bowed, disarmed. At the far end of the hall, on a raised dais, stood Damon Lannister. He was in his 40s, with thinning golden hair and a face that spoke more of scholarship than martial prowess. Yet, he clutched a sword in one hand, the point resting on the stone floor. Two of his men stood beside him in stoic solidarity. Tyrion advanced across the hall's intricate mosaic floor, each step echoing. The memory of lavish feasts came unbidden, the laughter of courtiers, the clinking of goblets, Tywin's stern glare from that very dais. But now the hall lay in ruin, battered by the ravages of conflict. Bloodstains and toppled benches replaced tables laden with roasted boar. Armored figures lay motionless where they had fallen. Damon eyed Tyrion with a mixture of fear and defiance. "You are no rightful lord," he spat. "The imp, the kinslayer." He clutched his sword more tightly. "You come with Sel's words and illusions to tear down all that remains of House Lannister's legacy." Tyrion stopped several paces away, flanked by his surviving guards. He felt a chill hearing that old epithet, the imp, but he had moved beyond letting it sting. "I am Tyrion Lannister, son of Tywin Lannister, brother to Jaime and Cersei. I have come to claim the Rock, our ancestral seat. Your stewardship is at an end, cousin." Damon gave a brittle laugh, glancing at the carnage around them. "You can have it at the cost of your own soul. You stain these halls with blood, and you speak of birthright. I have done my best to preserve the Lannister name, to keep these lands from falling into chaos. And now you arrive as a conqueror." Tyrion's hand still gripped his dagger, though he was aware how small it looked next to Damon's sword. "I tried to come peacefully," Tyrion said, voice steadier than he felt. "But I will do what I must. We've all lived too long under illusions of grandeur. The house is a shell of what it once was, but it's not too late to rebuild something better. Surrender, Damon. Spare yourself and those who follow you." Damon's mouth twisted. He raised his sword as if to lunge, but the two knights by his side blocked his path, and one gently took the sword from Damon's grip. "My lord," the knight said, voice thick with exhaustion, "the fortress is lost. Do not throw away your life needlessly." For a moment, Damon seemed close to madness, a fury bright in his eyes, but that fury crumbled into defeat. His shoulders sagged, and he sank to his knees on the dais. The sword clattered beside him. "Do as you will, Tyrion. Kill me if you must." Tyrion stood there, heart pounding, gazing upon his kneeling cousin. The ghosts of his father and siblings seemed to crowd around him, swirling in the hush of the great hall. So many times, he had been on the receiving end of scorn and condemnation within these walls. Now the power was his. "I have no desire for more Lannister blood," Tyrion said softly. "You will live, as will any man who yields, but you will relinquish your claim to Casterly Rock. From this moment on, I am its lord." Silence fell in the hall as Damon lifted his gaze, tears shining in the corners of his eyes. He spoke no further. Around them, the battered defenders laid down their arms, dropping swords and spears to the floor. The toll in lives had been high, but the fortress was Tyrion's. At last, House Lannister's seat had fallen to the most unlikely of its sons. Tyrion ascended the dais slowly, each step akin to walking through a dream. He turned to face the hall, to see ranks of his men, bruised and bloody, but victorious. They gave a ragged cheer. In that moment, Tyrion felt an immense swell of emotion. Pride, grief, triumph, and a haunting sorrow for all that had transpired. He slipped into the old seat at the center, the seat that once belonged to Tywin, letting the significance wash over him. His men parted to allow a messenger through. A young soldier, panting, blood smeared on his cheek. He bowed hastily. "My lord, the fortress is secure, and the city is at peace under our watch. Your banner has been raised over the main battlements." Tyrion nodded, a flicker of satisfaction lighting his eyes. "Well done," he said. "Spread the word. Any who lay down arms are to be spared. We need men to rebuild these halls, not corpses." The soldier bowed again, but Tyrion could see the awe in his gaze. He had done it. For years, Tyrion had been the overlooked dwarf, scorned by his father, ridiculed by many. But here he sat, in the seat of House Lannister, unchallenged. The entire rock, for the first time, belonged to Tyrion. He looked around, the flicker of torchlight dancing over stone walls carved centuries ago. He recalled an old story about how House Casterly once ruled these lands until Lon the Clever tricked them out of their fortress. Tyrion had always loved that story. The idea of a cunning trickster who used illusions and misdirection to win what brute force never could. Centuries later, Tyrion had done much the same in his own way. Now he needed to rule. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the rush of adrenaline recede. When he opened them again, he surveyed the devastation in the Great Hall. This was the seat he had fought to claim. This was the inheritance that cost him blood and countless compromises of morality. He wondered if the rock would prove to be a blessing or a curse. That question had no easy answer. But for now, the dream of returning as a rightful lord had become reality. He rose from the seat, stepping down the dais to Damon, who knelt still, staring at the floor. Tyrion placed a hand on his shoulder, not without sympathy. "I'll honor my word," Tyrion said quietly. "Your life is yours. You'll remain in a comfortable suite. You may yet serve if you choose under my authority. If not, you may depart once order is restored, free to travel as you will." Damon said nothing at first, then a shaky nod. "As you say, Lord Tyrion, I accept your mercy." Tyrion allowed himself a small nod in return. Mercy was not something Tywin had practiced often, nor Cersei. Perhaps it was time House Lannister learned a new way. "Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a fortress to secure." Leaving Damon to the care of the guards, Tyrion strode from the great hall, a swirl of swirling thoughts in his mind. The rock was his, this much was done. But in the aftermath, how would the Westerlands react? Would they rally to him, or rise in revolt against what they saw as a usurper or accursed kinslayer? The path ahead bristled with uncertainty. Still, Tyrion had long learned to thrive in the precarious world of politics. Here, he was no longer the imp at the edges of the feast. He was the lord of Casterly Rock, and he intended to prove his worth. The next day dawned cold and gray, with a wind blowing in from the sea. Tyrion stood atop the battlements, gazing out over the churning waves. A new banner, the golden lion entwined with the quill, fluttered above him. He allowed a moment of stillness, reflecting on the tide of fate that had carried him so far. Then he turned, hands gripping the stone parapet, and cast his gaze inland, toward the rolling hills and scattered villages of the Westerlands. A new chapter was about to be written. Tyrion Lannister at last held the rock. What he would do with that power, only time would tell. He brushed a stray lock of hair from his brow, feeling the crisp wind sting his skin. Below in the courtyard, soldiers were reorganizing, and the small folk who worked the castle ventured out cautiously. The fear in their eyes was plain, but so was the flicker of hope. The old lord had fallen. A new one reigned. They waited to see what manner of ruler he would be. Tyrion watched them move about their tasks, supervising the disposal of bodies, tending to the wounded, cleaning the remnants of battle from the once grand courtyard. Here and there, men adjusted the colors and heraldry on display. A hush still clung to the fortress, as if it could not yet believe what had happened. Tyrion wanted to address the people properly, to let them know his intentions. He had spent his life among kings and queens who believed fear was a more reliable lever of control than compassion. But Tyrion had seen the cost of that. Fear alone was never enough. Love was fickle too, but perhaps justice, or at least the appearance of it, could stitch the realm back together. He descended from the battlements, passing lines of men who dipped their heads or saluted him. Some wore relief on their faces. Others bore the hollow look of those who have survived a brutal skirmish. Tyrion paused by a soldier slumped against a wall, bandaging a wounded arm. He crouched beside the man, offering a word of thanks and a promise of better treatment once the maester was located. The soldier blinked, surprised by the personal attention from this new lord. Tyrion offered a weary smile, then moved on. Already, he sensed the shift in how they looked at him. Not a child, not a useless dwarf, but a leader with the authority to change their fortunes. And that was a power Tyrion had never fully held before. Further along, he entered the courtyard's central area, a broad space of cobblestones that had seen countless ceremonies across the centuries. A crowd was forming: castle staff, local peasants, captured guards, and freed commoners. Word spread that Tyrion Lannister himself would address them. He took up a position on a low dais near the steps of the keep, flanked by loyal soldiers. Conversations hushed as he raised a hand. He studied the faces, wary, exhausted, frightened. None of this felt entirely real to him, and yet it was. "I am Tyrion Lannister," he began, voice carrying in the open air. "Many of you know my name, though I suspect most of you never expected to see me here, claiming Casterly Rock." A ripple of uneasy shifting went through the crowd. Tyrion continued, "In truth, I never expected it either. Yet here we stand after a hard-fought battle. My aim is not to bring further destruction. I will not punish you for supporting Damon or for doing your duty. I only ask that you recognize my claim and work with me to restore stability in these lands. I offer you this: mercy for the defeated, fair treatment for the loyal, and justice for those who would do harm to the innocent." He paused, letting them absorb his words. "House Lannister has suffered many misfortunes in recent decades. Our once proud name has been tarnished by poor choices, by cruelty, by arrogance. I do not deny it. Yet I bear the Lannister name and I wish to see it redeemed. In time, I will call upon each of you to do your part, whether in rebuilding these halls, maintaining the security of the Westerlands, or tending the fields that feed us. In return, I pledge not to rule as a tyrant, but as a lord who remembers what it is to be overlooked and underestimated." A rustle of interest moved through the crowd. Perhaps they had never heard such a speech from a Lannister lord before. Tyrion took a breath, glancing toward the sky. "Some among you may fear retribution. To them I say, present yourselves, make your pleas, and I shall judge as justly as I can. The days of wild vengeance are over. We have endured enough bloodshed. Now is the time to heal the rock and the lands beyond. Let us begin a new page in the history of House Lannister, one not drenched in unnecessary gore, but forged in the reality that we cannot survive without one another." He lowered his hand, concluding. For a moment, there was only silence. Then a scattered, uncertain applause started. It was not the roaring acclamation a victorious king might expect, but a tentative acceptance, a willingness to hope that things might be better. Tyrion took that as a good sign. He was, after all, an untested lord in this domain. Trust would come slowly, if at all. But it was a start. Over the next hours, Tyrion convened with his captains and advisors in the war room, poring over the immediate concerns of securing the region. Messages had to be sent to nearby lords and landed knights, urging them to bend the knee or risk confrontation. Diplomatic overtures might spare further conflict. While he had a substantial force at the Rock and in Lannisport, the Westerlands were broad. Not all would accept him easily. Some might see him as a pretender or a threat to their own ambitions. As the day wore on, ravens were dispatched. Letters were drafted in Tyrion's own hand, polished with all the rhetorical skill he could muster. To the lesser lords, he promised stability and continuity of trade. To potential enemies, he offered a chance to keep their holdings in exchange for a sworn oath of loyalty. One by one, the messages soared from the rookery atop the Rock, carrying Tyrion's words to every corner of the West. During a rare quiet moment, Tyrion retreated to a chamber that had once been Tywin's solar. The furniture remained mostly intact, a large desk, a few chairs, and shelves lined with books. Dust motes swirled in the beams of late afternoon light that filtered through the narrow windows. Stepping inside, Tyrion felt the crushing weight of memory. Here, Tywin had penned letters, orchestrated wars, planned the futures of his children. Tyrion could almost see the ghost of his father hunched over the desk, quill scratching away at parchment. Yet now this room belonged to Tyrion. A swirl of complex emotion churned in him, bitterness, triumph, regret, and a longing for a father who might have accepted him for who he was. But that father was gone, shot dead by Tyrion's own hand on a night that changed everything. Perhaps this was the final step in reclaiming not just the Rock but his own sense of worth. He paced around the desk, running a hand along the edge. The surface bore a few scratches, old ink stains. Tyrion wondered how many grand plots Tywin had devised here. Now it was Tyrion's turn. He would never be Tywin. He did not aspire to be. But he intended to shape the future in his own way and do better than the man who had once belittled him. A knock on the door jolted him from his thoughts. Bramrick entered, bowing slightly. "My lord, a group of small folk from the outlying villages has arrived. They say they wish to pledge themselves to you if you will help them rebuild. They lost everything in the last raider attacks. I've told them to wait in the courtyard." "Good," Tyrion said, squaring his shoulders. "I will see them. We shall find a way to help." He thought of all the gold rumored to be in the deep vaults beneath the Rock. Tywin had collected it carefully, but now perhaps that wealth could be used to mend, not just to wage war. For a brief moment, he imagined the old man scowling in disapproval, muttering about the extravagance of aiding peasants. Tyrion exhaled. "I won't keep them waiting." Before stepping out, Tyrion briefly surveyed the shelves. One of them contained a thick volume of the lineage of House Lannister. He pulled it out, let the dust swirl, and opened to a random page. Dozens of names, connecting ancestors to present heirs, a tapestry of golden-haired lords stretching back centuries. At the bottom margin, he spied a small note scrawled in Tywin's careful script. "What we do echoes through the ages." Tyrion shook his head, feeling the unintentional irony. "Indeed, father," he thought, "it does." He set the book aside and left the solar. The day was not over, and a lord's duties beckoned. So began the reign of Tyrion Lannister as Lord of Casterly Rock, a reign that would test the boundaries of tradition and the depth of a dwarf's resolve. Whether the realm would accept him or if new storms were on the horizon, he could not say. All he knew was that he had walked through darkness and blood, illusions and cunning to stand here. He would not falter now. In the days that followed, news spread quickly across the Westerlands and beyond. The imp had taken Casterly Rock. Some called it the final humiliation of House Lannister, others viewed it as poetic justice, as the gods' twisted sense of humor. A flurry of responses poured in. Some lords sent envoys with words of fealty or mild defiance, a few even dared to threaten open revolt. Tyrion worked tirelessly to address each in turn. He decided early on that a careful balance of magnanimity and firmness was needed. Where lords showed willingness to accept him, he welcomed them, confirming their titles and ensuring they knew he valued their support. Where defiance reared up, he let it be known he would respond decisively, though he hoped to avoid further bloodshed. The Westerlands had been ravaged enough. Meanwhile, he strove to root out corruption and restore the battered economy of Lannisport. He poured some of the castle's hoarded gold into rebuilding the city's docks, encouraging commerce to flow again. Traders looked upon this new lord with cautious optimism. If prosperity returned under Tyrion's rule, they would not question how he gained power. Coins speak louder than birthrights in many corners of the world. Damon remained within the castle's walls, no longer a prisoner in chains, but not entirely free either. He seemed subdued, drifting through corridors with a haunted expression. Tyrion allowed him a certain dignity, recognizing that bitterness was a poison easily shared if left to fester. He even offered Damon a place on his council, thinking the man might know more about the region's current state than Tyrion did. Damon's pride still stung, but in time he might prove a valuable ally, or at least a man who could confirm Tyrion's decrees. One evening, Tyrion found Damon in the library, staring at an ancient map of the Westerlands. The older man looked up, tension tightening his features. "I've been thinking of the outlying holdings," Damon said quietly. "Areas that once supplied the rock with grain and ore but have been left untended. If you truly wish to restore order, you'll need to secure those shipments. House Lefford controls some of those crucial trade routes. They're ambivalent about you." Tyrion nodded. "So you'll advise me on how to approach them?" "I will, if you'll listen," Damon replied. "I may not like serving under you, but I serve the lands and the people as well. And perhaps that's enough reason to swallow my pride." Tyrion gave him a wry smile. "Sometimes swallowing pride is the only way to save what matters. I'm grateful for the help. Perhaps this can be the beginning of a better chapter for our house." Damon nodded slowly, a hint of grudging respect flickering in his eyes. "Let us hope so." Not all news was good, of course. Whispers drifted in from other regions. Some said that the last of the Targaryen loyalists in the east might seek to destabilize the west. Others believed the Ironborn were stirring again, always eager to raid a weakened coast. Tyrion also worried about the crown, whichever monarchy currently claimed the Iron Throne. Loyalties shifted so swiftly in these tumultuous times. Would King or Queen in King's Landing see Tyrion's conquest as a threat or as a relief, one less region in chaos? So far, no official word had reached him, but it was only a matter of time before the game of ravens and letters resumed. One afternoon, while Tyrion worked in the solar with piles of ledgers and reports, Brenrick arrived with a sealed letter. The wax bore a sigil Tyrion half recognized, the horned moon and falcon of the Vale. Intrigued, he broke the seal and read the contents. It was from Lady Sansa Stark of the Vale, an old acquaintance and, in some twisted sense, once his wife by forced arrangement. She offered her cautious congratulations on Tyrion's ascension and hinted at the possibility of alliance or trade. Tyrion rubbed his chin, memory swirling. He recalled Sansa's frightened face at their wedding, the heartbreak she endured, and the strange bond of courtesy they had forged despite the cruelty of others. That she would write to him now suggested she was aware of his new position and might be open to forging a beneficial connection. The Vale was stable compared to other regions, a potential ally in these uncertain times. Tyrion smiled slightly, thinking how the world had changed. Sansa was now a powerful figure in her own right, and ironically, she might see advantage in dealing with Tyrion the dwarf. He penned a carefully worded response, thanking her for her letter, expressing goodwill, and proposing a meeting of envoys to discuss mutual interests. Beyond trade, Tyrion knew building a network of alliances was essential to secure the Rock's position in the realm. If the Vale recognized him, others might follow suit. The letter was sent swiftly by Raven. Days blurred into weeks. Tyrion took to walking the castle corridors at dusk, recalling childhood memories. He passed by rooms that had once been locked to him, his father's personal study, his siblings' grand suites. Now, as Lord of the Rock, all doors stood open. Yet it was an odd sensation. Where once he felt excluded, now he felt that all was within his grasp, and he realized how empty that sense of triumph could be without a purpose. He tried to fill that emptiness by focusing on the people. He met personally with servants, blacksmiths, stonemasons, hearing their concerns about repairs and resources. A portion of the Rock's treasury was allocated to small works in Lannisport, clearing rubble, restoring workshops, paying local craftsmen. The results were modest but encouraging. Gradually, the gloom that had hung over the city began to lift. Where once suspicious eyes followed him, now timid smiles appeared. Tyrion knew how fragile such goodwill could be, yet every day it grew a little stronger. He also confronted the fortress's own labyrinth of secrets. Exploring old passages, he discovered storerooms left untouched for decades, hidden vaults that might contain priceless artifacts or worthless junk. Some vaults opened to reveal chests of gold, more than enough to fund his projects, though Tyrion remained cautious about flaunting wealth. House Lannister's name might be minted in gold, but gold also attracted envy and enemies. Late one night, he stood in a quiet corridor near the old banquet hall, lamp in hand. The corridor led to a small alcove behind a drapery, once a place for minstrels to wait before entertaining the feast. Tyrion remembered sneaking here as a boy, hoping to catch glimpses of the adult world. He touched the stone, feeling the chill. So many memories swirling like ghosts. He closed his eyes, letting the stillness speak. Behind him, a voice broke the silence. "My lord." He turned, seeing an older servant woman. She looked anxious, as if concerned she had intruded upon his solitude. "Yes," Tyrion asked gently. I wanted to say thank you," she said, dropping a curtsy. "For letting my grandson apprentice under the castle steward. He's learned his letters now." He used to run wild on the streets, but you offered him a chance. Tyrion found himself smiling softly. It's I who should thank him for taking the chance. We need all the skilled hands we can get. She bowed again and withdrew quietly. Tyrion stood there, lamp flickering, feeling a swell of an emotion he could scarcely name. Something akin to hope and a faint sense of belonging. For so long he had wandered from one place to another, King's Landing, the far side of the narrow sea, alliances of convenience. But here, in the rock, where he had been born yet never truly accepted, he was beginning to carve out a home in earnest. That night, he returned to his private chambers, sat at a desk, and poured a small glass of wine. He raised it in an unspoken toast to the memory of those who had doubted him. Here I am, Father, he whispered into the shadows. Sitting where you once sat, doing what you once did. And I dare say, perhaps I'll do it better. He drank, letting the wine's warmth fill him. Tomorrow, more demands awaited, more lords to appease, more trade deals to arrange, more watchful eyes from beyond the Westerlands. But for now, for this quiet moment, Tyrion Lannister allowed himself the rarest of luxuries, contentment. The Lion of Lannister. Unexpected, stunted, cunning had seized the rock, and no matter what storms the morrow brought, that victory was undeniable. The day eventually came when Tyrion decided to host a formal gathering, inviting nearby vassals, local notables, and representatives from Lannisport. He wanted to showcase stability, calm nerves, and perhaps even celebrate a new era. It was, in many respects, a calculated performance, but also a symbolic gesture of goodwill. The great hall had been cleaned of bloodstains, the debris swept away, banners replaced with fresh cloth. Musicians tuned their instruments on the dais, albeit nervously, since they hadn't played for a lordly gathering in quite some time. Servants bustled, setting tables and arranging dishes of roast and baked breads. It was not the extravagance of the old days, but it was respectable. Tyrion oversaw every detail personally, ensuring that all guests, regardless of rank, would see the same courtesy. Damon wandered the hall, occasionally offering quiet suggestions about seating arrangements. He seemed resigned to his role now, a subdued figure at Tyrion's side, but not openly hostile. Tyrion appreciated the man's pragmatic acceptance. As twilight fell, guests arrived. Minor lords, merchants of repute, military officers. They were greeted with courtesy, led inside where a modest feast awaited. Tyrion stood at the head of the room to welcome each as they approached. Polite bows and measured smiles. He had grown adept at reading the flickers of skepticism or hidden ambitions in their eyes. Yet many also carried hope that this new lord might bring them better fortune. When everyone was assembled, Tyrion lifted his goblet. The hall fell quiet. My lords and ladies, good folk of the Westerlands, welcome to Casterly Rock. I know we come together after times of strife, but tonight, let us share food and drink under one roof and remember that we are bound together by more than old grudges. I toast to the future, may it be one of peace and prosperity for us all. Tea. Hey, drank. The crowd seemed warmed by the gesture, a little relieved at the lack of imposing ceremony. The meal began, conversation humming softly. Tyrion circulated among the tables, chatting with guests, listening to their concerns. One old lord reminisced about Tywin's victories, trying to gauge Tyrion's reaction. Another merchant cornered Tyrion to discuss shipping tariffs. A visiting knight offered his sword in service, eager to attach himself to the new lord's rising star. Tyrion navigated these interactions like a seasoned statesman, employing wit and sincerity in equal measure. Partway through the feast, a hush fell near the entrance. A messenger arrived, dust clinging to his cloak. He approached Tyrion, bowing low. My lord, I come from Golden Grove in the Reach. There is talk of bandit armies forming near your border, remnants of Sellsword companies that disbanded after the last war. They may attempt raids into the Westerlands unless deterred. Tyrion frowned, the moment of festivity pricked by reality. Very well. Inform our outriders to patrol the southern roads. If there's a threat, we'll deal with it swiftly. He offered a wry smile to the surrounding guests. It seems the world refuses to grant us a night of pure revelry without interruptions. Fear not, we'll handle it. Though the feast continued, Tyrion's mind churned on possible responses. He was no stranger to the idea that power was never safe. The realm was vast, unrest lingered, and only vigilance could preserve the fragile stability he was trying to build. He returned to his seat, forcing himself to appear unruffled. The guests needed reassurance, not panic. Later, as the gathering wound down, Tyrion found himself near a large fireplace, swirling the last of his wine in a goblet. The guests were trickling away, many wearing thoughtful or relieved expressions. Perhaps the evening had done some good. Damon stood nearby, arms folded, watching. Tyrion glanced at him. Expecting trouble? Tyrion asked lightly. Damon shook his head. merely pondering how swiftly our family's fortunes can change. My father always spoke of the rock as eternal, unassailable. Yet here we are, forging a tenuous peace after you took it almost by surprise. It reminds me that House Lannister must adapt or crumble. Tyrion considered his words. Adaptation is the only way forward, he agreed. That is the lesson I learned long ago. Rigidity is a slow death. A faint glimmer of regret crossed Damon's face. I wonder if we had welcomed you properly when you were younger, if all this bloodshed might have been avoided. Tyrion sighed, gazing into the fire. It's a question I've asked myself in 100 different variations. But we cannot unravel the past. We can only shape what's ahead. The embers crackled, casting dancing shadows. Damon nodded, then quietly took his leave. Tyrion lingered by the fire a while longer, contemplating the path that had led him here and the paths that stretched before him now. Seizing the rock had been an act of rebellion against fate, an audacious bid to carve out a place for himself in a world that scorned him. He had succeeded, but the cost was real and the weight of responsibility pressed down on him. He finished his wine and set the goblet aside. Tomorrow, a new dawn. More letters to write, more alliances to secure, more threats to keep at bay. But for this one night, at least, the halls of Casterly Rock were filled with voices and laughter instead of the silence of the dead. Tyrion would remember this moment as proof that, despite everything, the future might hold promise. Autumn came, painting the Westerlands in russet and gold. The hills beyond the rock turned to waves of colored foliage, and the evenings grew chilly. Tyrion walked the ramparts often, letting the wind tousle his hair, scanning the horizon for any sign of trouble. Ravens brought tidings of uneasy calm, no major rebellions, no overt threats from King's Landing yet. It was the sort of lull that suggested either an ominous calm before the storm or the possibility of genuine respite. Tyrion dared to hope for the latter, even as he prepared for the former. Down in the courtyard, training drills resumed. The castle's garrison swelled with new recruits, men from Lannisport, from the villages, from distant corners of the Westerlands. Tyrion ensured they were taught discipline and respect for local folk, aiming to reduce the friction that often arose between armed men and civilians. He could not be everywhere at once, but his captains shared his vision enough to enforce his commands. Little by little, a sense of order spread. Within the rock, he undertook a personal project, reorganizing the dusty library, a place that had always felt like a second home to him. He had scribes copy important volumes, preserve knowledge for future generations. In the hush of those aisles, among parchment and old leather bindings, Tyrion found refuge from the clang of swords and the weight of rulership. He spent hours there some days, reading histories of the rock's founders, treatises on law, even volumes of lore from far-off Essos. Knowledge, he believed, was the most reliable coin in a world driven by power. One late afternoon, as he was shelving a tome, Damon approached quietly, clearing his throat. Tyrion turned. "Yes, cousin?" Damon's expression was guarded but not hostile. "I have been reviewing some genealogical records," he said, holding out a parchment. "There are lines of the family in distant branches that might be potential allies or threats, depending on how they see your rule. I thought you should have this." Tyrion took the parchment, scanning it. Names and lines of descent, many he barely recognized. "Thank you," he said. "This could be useful in forging stronger ties or watching for opportunists." Damon hesitated, as if on the verge of saying more. "At last," he managed, "I see now that you were never the monster they claimed. A cunning man, yes, but not monstrous. If it helps, I will speak with some of these distant kin. They might heed me still." Tyrion offered a faint smile. "It helps indeed, and I appreciate it." Damon bowed slightly, then left. Tyrion found himself staring at the parchment in his hand, the lines weaving a tapestry of the Lannister name. It struck him again how quickly fortunes changed. He was forging alliances, bridging old resentments, standing tall in the seat where Tywin once loomed. The notion felt surreal. And yet it was real as the musty smell of ancient books. Winter approached more rapidly than expected, though it was milder here in the Westerlands than in the north. The nights grew long and the crisp winds turned sharper. Tyrion, mindful of the hardships that could come with the season, began stockpiling grain and supplies in the castle's vaults, ensuring no one in Lannisport or the surrounding fields would starve. This practical benevolence earned him grudging respect from many. Still, rumors of unrest arrived from time to time. Bands of outlaws, broken men from past wars, roamed the countryside, stealing from small villages. Tyrion sent patrols to drive them off, occasionally offering a chance for them to surrender and be conscripted into labor gangs. Some refused and died with steel in their hands. Others accepted and found an uneasy second chance. Each skirmish reminded Tyrion that no rule was ever absolute or simple. It was a ceaseless dance to maintain stability. On one snowy morning, thin flakes drifting from a pale sky, Tyrion stood once again upon the battlements. The cold bit at his cheeks, and the stone beneath his boots was slick with a thin layer of frost. He scanned the horizon, the rolling hills dusted white, the sea behind him an iron gray. It seemed a quiet scene, peaceful almost. Yet he could not forget the swirl of politics and ambition beyond these walls. His mind wandered to King's Landing, to Sansa in the Vale, to the possibilities of a new war or a royal decree. Would the crown try to remove him? Or would they decide that a stable Westerlands under Tyrion was preferable to chaos? He could only guess. Regardless, the Rock stood as a testament to his resolve, a fortress he had won through cunning and steel. He felt the stirrings of determination. He would not yield easily, no matter which crown had tried to threaten him. He had spent a lifetime scraping for survival. Now he had something worth defending. He drew his cloak tighter around him, turning toward the interior of the castle. Duties awaited always. Perhaps that was the essence of rulership, an unending chain of tasks, each carrying consequences for countless lives. Tyrion took a final look at the snowy expanse and descended the steps into the warmth of the keep. As weeks rolled into months, the shape of Tyrion's rule solidified. Trade blossomed in Lannisport as merchants discovered fairer taxes and safer roads. Harvest yields from the outlying farms improved under careful stewardship. Some neighboring lords sent token gifts, acknowledging Tyrion's authority if not openly embracing it. Others still grumbled, but they lacked the unity to challenge him. Within the Rock, Tyrion's court began to reflect his own preferences: scholars, pragmatic warriors, and those who valued wit. Underneath the cynicism and the shadows of the past, a genuine sense of renewal bloomed. The future was uncertain, but for once, Tyrion did not feel dwarfed by it. He insisted on monthly open audiences, where commoners could bring their grievances directly to him. Standing on the dais of the Great Hall, hearing complaints about everything from stolen goats to boundary disputes, he dispensed judgments and, in the process, built a direct relationship with the small folk. Many left these sessions marveling that the Lord of the Rock bothered to listen, even to them. Word spread that Tyrion Lannister might be unusual, but he was no aloof tyrant. And so it was that the name Tyrion Lannister began to carry a certain weight in the West. A lord who had seized the seat of his father, who offered mercy as often as cunning, who sipped wine while reading dusty tomes, yet commanded the unwavering loyalty of a growing host. Whispers in taverns across the region spoke of him as a man shaped by adversity, unafraid of the old rules that once bound the realm. Some called him a breath of fresh air. Others warned that cunning men were the most dangerous. But none could deny that he had changed the landscape of power. The day came at last, when Tyrion looked out from the walls of the Rock, over the fields, roads, and towns that spread to the horizon, and allowed himself a slow smile. He remembered a time when he felt like a piece on someone else's board, moved about at their whim. Now he was at the center of his own game, forging alliances and shaping destinies, a lord in his own right. Yes, the road ahead was fraught with dangers, rivals, unforeseen threats, demands of a realm that never truly rested. But in the here and now, Tyrion savored the knowledge that he had done the unthinkable. He had seized Casterly Rock. He had turned it into a bastion that looked beyond the old sins of House Lannister. And with every passing day, he proved to the world and to himself that a dwarf could stand as tall as any lord, so long as he had the will and wit to do so. He rested his hands on the cool stone parapet, the wind stirring his hair, the taste of salt lingering on the air. A gull cried somewhere over the sea. The banners fluttered overhead, golden lion with a quill in its paw, a symbol that had once been just an improbable dream. Tyrion closed his eyes and breathed. In the darkness behind his lids, he remembered the child he had been, scorned and overshadowed. He recalled the father who once loomed like a titan over this fortress, whose name had made enemies tremble and children quake. The father who had believed Tyrion was unworthy. Now that father was gone, and Tyrion remained, forging a new legacy from the rubble of an old one. When he opened his eyes, the sun broke through a bank of clouds, illuminating the ramparts with a sudden glow. Tyrion Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, turned from the view and strode along the wall with measured steps. There was work to be done, always more work. But in his heart, the quiet voice of triumph murmured. He had come home, and he was here to stay. In the months that followed Tyrion Lannister's conquest of Casterly Rock, the Westerlands settled into a guarded peace. The cold quiet of winter stretched across the land, and occasional flurries of snow drifted over the rugged hills. Yet beneath the soft hush, many small disturbances brewed. Tyrion often reflected that seizing power was one thing, holding it was another. His daily labors at the Rock testified to that. The obligations of lordship never ceased, and in every hallway, courtyard, or farmland, new challenges lurked, waiting to see if he would truly shape the future or merely sink into the same old patterns of tyranny and strife. Damon Lannister grew more at ease in his reluctant role, advising Tyrion on local relationships, gold mines, and defensive strategies. At first, Tyrion suspected Damon acted only from self-interest, believing he might yet reclaim some measure of influence. But over time, Tyrion began to see a genuine, if reluctant, acceptance in Damon's eyes. Perhaps the man realized that the best future for House Lannister lay in collaboration, not rebellion. Damon had too much pride to gush with gratitude, but his careful support in matters of state was invaluable. One such matter arose late in the season, when a raven from House Leford at the Golden Tooth arrived. The letter bore polite phrases wrapped around an unmistakable threat. Rumors suggested that a new pretender in the Reach had begun courting smaller houses, promising them gold or favor if they would rise against the usurper at Casterly Rock. The letter was not an open condemnation of Tyrion, but rather a cautious inquiry as to how House Leford should respond if approached by these rebels. The subtext was clear. House Leford tested Tyrion's mettle, seeing if he would be strong enough to protect them or if they should hedge their bets and keep lines of communication open with potential foes. Tyrion penned a measured reply, half a reassurance of his readiness to defend any sworn lord of the Westerlands, half a subtle warning that turning coats would bring dire consequences. He knew how the Game of Thrones operated. Lords did not commit to a side unless they believed it was a sure thing. If Tyrion projected both stability and strength, House Leford would remain aligned with him. Any sign of weakness, however, might embolden them to conspire with these rumored conspirators in the Reach. Tyrion called for updated reports from his scouts, urging them to track unusual movements along the border. If sellswords or restless minor lords were mustering, he wanted to see them from afar, not be surprised when they arrived at his doorstep. Despite these tensions, winter in the Westerlands was not as harsh as in the north. The roads remained passable, though sometimes choked with ice or snow. Trade between Lannisport and inland settlements continued, albeit at a slower pace. Tyrion set aside funds to keep the roads clear, paying local workers to scatter sand and salt at critical passes or to replace rotted wooden bridges that threatened to collapse under heavy wagons. He saw such initiatives as an investment. A traveling merchant who did not lose a horse to a broken bridge would likely sing the praises of Tyrion's governance in the next tavern he visited. Meanwhile, more messages trickled in from distant corners of the realm. From the Vale came a second raven from Lady Sansa Stark, thanking Tyrion for his response and expressing cautious willingness to send an envoy to Lannisport in the spring if weather permitted safe travel through the mountains. Tyrion grinned at the letter, remembering the girl she had been when they were forced into marriage in King's Landing. Time had changed them both. He penned a thoughtful missive in return, inviting her envoy to witness firsthand the improvements taking place under his rule. Perhaps, he mused, an alliance with the Vale would be the first in a series of carefully placed stones that would eventually build a protective wall around his newly claimed seat. If all went well, by next year, the Westerlands might be firmly under his authority, recognized by many of its lords, if not by the entire realm. But he did not let that flicker of optimism blind him. Politics in Westeros were as treacherous as ever, and if the Iron Throne decided it wanted control of the Westerlands, it could send an army. Or if the Iron Islands saw an opportunity to raid the coastline while the region was still reorganizing, they might do so. There were always threats. Tyrion took pains to stay informed about every rumor of Ironborn longships or crown troop movements. He tasked Damon with ensuring old Lannister galleys at Lannisport were repaired and put to sea under loyal captains. By establishing a modest coastal defense, Tyrion could deter opportunistic raids. Damon complied, though the cost in gold was not trivial. That led Tyrion to delve deeper into the castle's stores of currency, precious metals, and accounts of the gold mines scattered throughout the Westerlands. Some mines had run dry while others continued to yield a steady supply of ore. Those active sites had to be protected not only from bandits but also from unscrupulous local officials who might skim profits. Tyrion arranged for new overseers, men he believed he could trust or at least control with the right mix of bribes and threats. As winter's midpoint approached, the passable roads made it feasible for Tyrion to extend his influence beyond Casterly Rock more directly. He began a careful tour, traveling to several key holdings to personally affirm their lord's oaths. Brenrick, ever vigilant, accompanied him with a small company of mounted men, enough to deter any random attack but not so large as to look like a conquering invasion. Tyrion preferred subtlety. If he arrived at each castle or tower with a vast host, it might alarm the local populace. He wanted them to see him as a ruler who walked among his people, not a tyrant who demanded fealty by brandishing swords at every doorstep. Their first stop was Castamere. The name alone carried a haunted history, for long ago House Rain had risen against the Lannisters only for Tywin to destroy them so completely that the reigns of Castamere became a chilling metaphor for Lannister wrath. The keep at Castamere was largely abandoned now, the halls half in ruin. A distant cousin of the Lannisters had claimed stewardship over the crumbling property but lacked the funds or ambition to restore it. Tyrion found the place somber, its stone towers blackened with the ghosts of an old rebellion. Locals whispered of curses lingering in the halls. In truth, the place felt simply neglected, a relic of a time when House Lannister ruled with absolute fear. Tyrion met with the steward, an aging knight named Ser Rane Hill, who bowed with shaking limbs and expressed relief that Tyrion had not come to raise the place further. Tyrion assured him that House Rain's punishment lay centuries in the past and he would not perpetuate old hatreds. Instead, Tyrion proposed a plan to revitalize the land around Castamere, repairing the dam that once provided irrigation for farmland, clearing out the collapsed tunnels where the rains had once stored gold. If some portion of the old mines remained stable, they might yield enough or to fund the region's restoration. Ser Rane listened, wide-eyed, uncertain if Tyrion's generosity was real or a trick. But Tyrion pressed on, aware that every sign of progress would solidify his standing. By the time he departed Castamere, he had arranged for masons from Lannisport to begin work in the spring, funded by the Rock's treasury. If that small revival succeeded, Castamere might go from being an eerie monument of vengeance to a modest but productive holding. And Tyrion's reputation as a fair-minded lord would grow accordingly. He made subsequent stops at Case, the home of House Kenning, and at a few smaller keeps along the coast, each time underlining his promises of stability, each time listening to the grievances of the locals. A few petty lords whined about taxes, claiming they could not pay what had been demanded by Damon in years past. Tyrion responded with pragmatic adjustments, calibrating each house's obligations based on what they could realistically afford. He recognized a momentary loss in revenue might be worth it if it won their loyalty or at least grudging acceptance. Westeros had too often been governed by brutal exactions that led to rebellions. Tyrion intended to walk a narrower, more delicate path. Word of Tyrion's journey spread, and fewer sullen stares greeted him at each new location. Perhaps the small folk had begun to see him as a curious anomaly, a Lannister lord who actually conversed with them, who lowered taxes rather than raised them, and who treated them with an odd measure of respect. He heard rumors of old stories revived about how Lon the Clever had tricked the Casterlys out of this very rock centuries ago. Some folks compared Tyrion's cunning in taking Casterly Rock to that legendary figure. Others whispered that he was no better than Tywin once was, just more cunningly disguised. Tyrion did not mind such whispers. He knew the value of letting an air of mystique swirl around him. If the realm needed to believe he was a new clever lion, that might serve him well in the future. After nearly a month of traveling, he returned to Casterly Rock exhausted but encouraged. He had personally witnessed small improvements in the outlying regions, from newly repaired roads to the slow revival of farmland. Damon greeted him with a mix of relief and exasperation. While Tyrion had been away, Damon had managed the day-to-day affairs of the fortress, handling minor disputes, tracking supplies, and corresponding with various lords. It was clear the burden weighed heavily on Damon, who lacked Tyrion's penchant for juggling so many demands. Nonetheless, he reported that no major crises had erupted in Tyrion's absence. The defenses were stable, the city of Lannisport remained calm, and no new threat had emerged from across the sea or from King's Landing. But as winter drew to a close, a fresh concern reached Tyrion's ears. A particularly large bandit band composed of ex-Sellswords and deserters had apparently banded together in the hills near the Sarsfield region, harassing small villages and attacking lone travelers. Reports suggested they numbered in the hundreds, and their leader was rumored to be a brutal captain once under contract to the Golden Company. Tyrion called his captains to the Solar to discuss the matter. Brenrick, still battered from the hardships of travel, stood at his side. A few knights of the Westerlands joined them along with Damon. They formed a makeshift fort in the hills, reported one knight, Ser Gareth of Deep Denver. He had recently fought a skirmish with some of the bandits and had a slash across his cheek to show for it. We drove a handful off, but they're better organized than your usual rabble. And they have sources of food. They raid a village or traveling merchants, then retreat to their hideout. If left unchecked, they may grow bolder. Tyrion nodded, leaning against the polished surface of the Solar's grand desk. If we allow them to flourish, they'll undermine everything we're trying to build. The roads will become unsafe, trade will drop, and lords will wonder if I can protect them. He glanced at Damon. We can't dispatch a massive army, though. The West is still recovering, and I don't want to leave the Rock vulnerable. But we need to do something decisive. Brenrick, arms crossed, shifted his stance. What if we send a smaller but experienced force? A hammer and anvil approach, trap them in their hideout, cut off escape routes, and force a surrender. We can't risk a drawn-out campaign that stirs panic among the local folk. Tyrion weighed the idea. I like it, but we'll need reliable scouts who know the terrain. Ser Gareth, does Deep Den have men familiar with those hills? Gareth nodded. Aye, my lord. Some of our hunters track game in those foothills. They've reported the bandits' movements for weeks now. Good, Tyrion said. Assemble a force of, say, 200 men, enough to surround their hideout if we use the terrain wisely. I'll instruct the local villages to withhold any supplies or cooperation from the bandits and to direct them instead into an ambush if they come foraging. If we're clever, we can starve them out or force them into a pitched fight on our terms. The plan took shape swiftly. In days, Ser Gareth's men joined Brenrick's small contingent along with a handful of archers from Lannisport. Under the cover of twilight, they slipped into the hills, spread out in small groups, and prepared to converge on the bandit stronghold at dawn. Tyrion chose not to join them personally. He knew he was no battlefield commander. Instead, he remained at the Rock to coordinate any reinforcements if needed. He spent a tense week awaiting news, his stomach churning with the memory of how such operations could go terribly wrong. When word finally arrived, it came by way of a wounded soldier escorted by 2 men-at-arms. The soldier's right arm was bandaged, and he carried a battered helmet beneath his left. He collapsed at Tyrion's feet in the courtyard, panting. Tyrion rushed forward, kneeling beside him. Speak, Tyrion demanded, voice shaking with concern. What happened? The soldier looked up, sweat beading his brow. We attacked at dawn as planned. The bandits had watchers in the hills, but we caught most of them off guard. Ser Gareth led the main charge at the fort's entrance. Brenrick and another group circled around to block the escape route. For a moment, it seemed we had them cornered. He paused to draw breath. But their leader, some say he's a knight gone rogue, he rallied them. They fought like madmen. We managed to break through and set fire to the wooden palisade they'd built. By midday, many of them were slain or surrendered. A handful escaped. We're searching the woods now. Tyrion exhaled in relief. So the fort is taken? Aye, my lord. Brenrick sent me back to report victory. The soldier winced. Ser Gareth was wounded, though not too gravely. We lost maybe 24 men. The bandit leader vanished in the chaos. We think he fled deeper into the hills. Tyrion nodded. We'll hunt him down eventually. Good work. Rest in the maester's care. Then, once you've recovered, I want a full account. The soldier bowed his head in exhaustion. Tyrion called for attendants to help him. That night, Tyrion felt a measure of pride in how effectively his men had addressed the threat. But he also grieved for those who had fallen. Victory in such small conflicts rarely came without a cost. Even in triumph, the realm bled a little more. He dined alone in his solar that evening, gazing at the flames in the hearth as the night's chill set in. A part of him wondered if Tywin might have crushed the bandits more swiftly with overwhelming force, leaving behind a trail of terror to dissuade future uprisings. But Tyrion did not wish to emulate that brand of brutality. Fear alone was never enough to govern. The West had endured too much fear already. Word of the bandits' defeat filtered out to the surrounding villages, then to the lords of the Westerlands. The effect was subtle but significant. More smaller houses recognized that Tyrion was both willing and able to protect them. Even House Leford at the Golden Tooth sent a polite letter congratulating Tyrion on the operation, though they couched their praise in language that left room for future evasions. Tyrion found that amusing enough. He never expected all the lords to publicly declare unwavering loyalty. In politics, one rarely found such absolutes, but every step he took in stabilizing the land increased his legitimacy. As the snows began to melt and the first green buds appeared on the barren fields, Tyrion turned his attention to the city of Lannisport. If Casterly Rock was the seat of his power, Lannisport was its living heart, the portal through which wealth and influence flowed. Though the city had recovered somewhat from past strife, sections of it remained damaged by older wars, including a few half-collapsed neighborhoods and abandoned warehouses along the harbor. Tyrion believed that if he could transform Lannisport into a bustling trade hub, the revenue would pour into the rock and secure his rule. He rode down to Lannisport accompanied by a small escort, primarily to meet with the city's leading merchants and guild masters. They convened in a grand hall near the port, a structure that had once been a temple to the Seven but was converted into a community space after the roof partially caved in. Now repaired, it served as a gathering place for city business. Tyrion entered amid whispers of "my lord" and the imp, glimpsing the uncertain respect in the merchant's eyes. A mixture of curiosity and caution clung to them. These were not knights or lords, these were men and women whose loyalties lay with Prophet, whose regard for him would hinge on the practicality of his policies, not on ancient sigils or bloodlines. They seated themselves at a long table in the center of the hall. Dust motes floated in the midday sunlight, and the sense of fish, salt, and city life wafted through the open windows. Tyrion removed his gloves and placed them on the table, meeting each set of eyes in turn. The guildmasters wore badges indicating their trades: shipwrights, tanners, silversmiths, brewers. A few independent merchants had fewer ornate markings, but their faces bore the lines of experience. "Thank you for meeting me," Tyrion began. He saw a few slight nods. "I've come to discuss the city's needs and how we can make Lannisport thrive again. The last decade has not been kind to these shores. Raids, shifting powers, even the aftermath of wars that began in King's Landing all contributed to the city's decline. Yet we have the potential to rebuild. The harbor is still well situated, the farmland inland can produce surpluses, and we have the beginnings of trade routes with other regions that remain open." A merchant with a stout build, introduced as Bemis, the master of the Brewers Guild, leaned forward. "We've suffered from unreliable roads to the east. How can we export our goods if caravans keep getting robbed or waylaid by brigands? Or if the local lords impose random tolls?" Tyrion nodded. "Brigands are being cleared. You might have heard we recently broke a large band that was operating near Sarsfield. As for tolls, I plan to standardize them across the Westerlands. No more opportunistic extortion by petty officials. We'll have a single set of rates, fair to both local lords and merchants. I'll distribute a seal, an official document proving that the tariff has been paid. No lord or knight will have the right to demand further coin on the same shipment." Murmurs rippled through the hall. One shipwright, a tall, thin man with nimble fingers stained from pitch, asked, "And what if some local lord does anyway?" Tyrion gave a faint smile. "Then I will personally hold that lord accountable. Rest assured, I intend to enforce my decrees. If one man's greed undermines the prosperity of the entire region, that man becomes an enemy of the rock. I suspect most lords will yield once they see how it benefits them to allow trade to flourish, because it means more goods moving through their lands and a share of taxes that are predictable rather than arbitrary." A woman from the Tanners Guild, older than the rest, spoke up. "That's well and good, my lord. But we also fear raids from the sea. The Ironborn haven't troubled us much this winter, but in the past they've come with a thaw. Will you station ships to protect the coast?" Tyrion cleared his throat. "I've commissioned the refurbishment of several Lannister galleys. They'll be stationed at Lannisport with trained crews. If the Ironborn try to strike, we'll be ready. Moreover, I'm exploring alliances with other coastal regions, Old Town, for instance, or the Arbor, so we can share information about Ironborn movements. The key is preparedness and swift response." More nods. Another merchant, with a silver chain marking him as one who dealt in precious metals, ventured a question. "We hear rumors of new trade routes from the free cities, shipping exotic goods or precious fabrics. If Lannisport can accommodate them, Warehouse space? Expanded docks? Could we outcompete other ports like Gulltown or even King's Landing? Tyrion let a small, sly smile stretch across his lips. That is precisely my intention. I want Lannisport to become more than a local hub. We have a strategic advantage, direct access to the Westerlands mines and a relatively short route to the Reach's grain. If we can handle larger ships, especially cogs from Bravos or Lists, those vessels might prefer Lannisport over other ports. But for that, we need safe, deep berths, well-maintained docks, and a system to move goods inland efficiently. I'm prepared to invest in expanding the docks and in building new warehouses near the harbor. In return, I'll expect the local guilds to participate either by offering labor, discounted materials, or some manner of cooperative funding. I sparkled with interest around the table. Expanding Lannisport meant profit, and profit was the language these guildmasters spoke best. Of course, underlying their enthusiasm was a wait-and-see caution. They'd heard big promises before from one lord or another, only to be betrayed by instability or extortion. But Tyrion knew if he could demonstrate immediate improvements, repairs to the piers, a few new storehouses, he might cement their support. And once the small folk, merchants, and guilds supported him, even the more stubborn lords would find it harder to challenge his legitimacy. By the meeting's end, Tyrion had outlined a preliminary plan: partial funding from the Rock's treasury for harbor improvements, standardization of tolls and tariffs, naval defenses to deter raids, and a willingness to entertain direct trade negotiations with the free cities. The guildmasters left in a subdued but hopeful mood. Tyrion lingered, letting out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The tension of these gatherings always weighed on him. Diplomatic cunning required more than a sharp tongue. It demanded follow-through, forging actual solutions that satisfied multiple interests. In that sense, it was more complicated than the blunt conspiracies of King's Landing or the savage warfare he'd seen across the narrow sea. Still, Tyrion found a certain joy in it. Persuasion was his favorite weapon, after all, and employing it to rebuild a city felt far more rewarding than tearing one down. He stayed in Lannisport a few days, walking the streets with a minimal guard, observing the bustle of the marketplace, the steady labor of dockworkers. Whenever he encountered a cluster of small folk who recognized him, he would pause, chat briefly, and ensure they understood that if they had grievances, no matter how humble, they could bring them to the Rock's attention. Some stared, suspicious that the Lord of the Rock would stoop to hearing fishmongers' complaints about taxes. Others, braver or simply more desperate, told him about the struggles to afford new fishing nets. Tyrion took mental notes, reminded himself to speak with Damon about offering small loans at modest interest, so that the poorest tradesmen could keep their livelihoods afloat. Such measures were unusual, perhaps even radical by Westerosi standards, where the nobility often saw the common folk as a bottomless resource to be taxed or impressed into armies. But Tyrion was no ordinary lord, and he believed that if the small folk prospered, the entire region would be stronger. A merchant paying taxes out of genuine profit was preferable to one bled dry and resentful. Late one evening, Tyrion stood by the harbor alone, listening to the hush of water lapping against the pilings. The sky wore a canopy of stars. A cool breeze swept across his face, carrying the tang of salt and fish. He thought of all that had happened since he first set foot here on a ship not so long ago, returning from self-imposed exile to claim a fortress that had once scorned him. The path behind him was soaked in blood and risks, yet he stood here now, forging a future he had never expected to claim as his own. In the stillness, he allowed himself a moment of pride. Perhaps, despite all the tragedy that had led him to this shore, he could do real good in these lands. He exhaled, letting the thought linger in his mind, then made his way back to his quarters in a modest inn near the waterfront. Even the Lord of Casterly Rock had to sleep occasionally. Not long after his return to the fortress, another raven arrived from the Vale, carrying Lady Sansa Stark's promise to send an envoy by mid-spring. That gave Tyrion enough time to prepare proper accommodations, so that no visiting dignitary could claim the Rock was unwelcoming. He arranged for fresh tapestries in a set of guest chambers, instructed the kitchens to have a stock of northern-style fare, and generally saw to the niceties that would make the Vale's representative feel respected. Negotiating with Sansa's envoy would be more than an exchange of pleasantries. Her position as Lady of the Eyrie gave her considerable leverage, especially with the Knights of the Vale behind her. Tyrion suspected she would use that leverage to secure favorable trade terms or perhaps some guarantee of neutrality should conflicts arise. But a mutually beneficial pact with the Vale would broaden Tyrion's alliances beyond the West and help legitimize him in the eyes of other regions. Spring approached with a slow thaw, freeing the roads and fields from winter's hold. The pale sunshine melted away patches of ice, allowing the first crocuses to poke through the earth. Tidings from the broader realm remained ambiguous. The Crown in King's Landing was said to be preoccupied with skirmishes in the Crownlands and internal feuds among the royal advisors. No direct challenge to Tyrion's rule had come from the Iron Throne. Still, that did not guarantee safety. Royal interference could appear at any moment, especially if some ambitious courtier whispered that the West was ripe for reacquisition. One bright morning, Sansa's envoy finally arrived. Tyrion waited in the courtyard, Damon at his side, a small honor guard forming two neat lines behind them. The envoy rode in with a dozen knights wearing the sigil of House Arryn, a white falcon and crescent moon on a sky-blue field, and they brought with them a single carriage. Tyrion wondered if Sansa herself might have come, though he doubted she would risk such a journey without greater pomp. As the small procession halted, a tall, graceful woman in a woolen cloak emerged from the carriage. She had auburn hair, though not as bright as Sansa's, and carried herself with a poised dignity. Tyrion descended the steps and bowed politely, ignoring the twinge in his knees. "Lady Myra Royce, if I'm not mistaken," he said, recognizing the name from Sansa's letters. "Welcome. Me to Casterly Rock." She curtsied, a formal, well-practiced gesture. "Lord Tyrion, Lady Sansa sends her respects. I come bearing letters from her hand and from several lords of the Vale who have taken interest in the possibility of trade with the Westerlands." Tyrion gestured for her to follow him inside. "We are honored by your presence. I hope you had a pleasant journey, though I suspect the road from the Vale was not without its challenges this time of year." "More mild than we feared," Myra replied. "Your roads are better maintained than I expected." They moved into the great hall, which Tyrion had prepared for this occasion, rushes replaced, a handful of high-backed chairs arranged near the dais, and wine set out on a table to the side. The Knights of the Vale were escorted to comfortable quarters, while Myra Royce and two ladies-in-waiting remained in the hall to commence discussions. Once they were seated, Tyrion opened the meeting with a courteous remark. "I trust Lady Sansa is in good health?" "She is," Myra answered. "She manages the Vale's affairs with a careful hand, ensuring the mountain passes remain secure. The Vale is prosperous these days, but we are always open to new partners in trade, especially if it can bring us goods we lack." Tyrion's eyes glimmered with a certain warmth. "I'm delighted to hear it. You'll find that the Westerlands can provide metals, iron, tin, some silver, along with finished goods from Lannisport's craftsmen. In return, I'd be eager to import some of your Vale produce, especially the cheeses and orchard fruits your region is famous for. We might also look to facilitate the exchange of high-quality woolens from the Vale for local manufacturing here." Myra nodded. "That aligns well with Lady Sansa's hopes. We also understand you are seeking alliances beyond trade." She paused, examining Tyrion's reaction. "The Vale is mindful of how fragile the peace is in Westeros. We have weathered storms by maintaining neutrality, but we are not blind to the possibility of future conflicts." Damon, standing nearby, looked on quietly, allowing Tyrion to conduct the main negotiations. Tyrion sipped from a goblet of wine. "Yes, I share that caution. I believe that a direct understanding between the West and the Vale serves us both. We need not become entangled in the affairs of the Crown or other regions if we maintain a balance. If someone attempts to subdue either of our lands by force, we could assist each other, or at least remain neutral rather than supporting outside aggression." Myra studied him. "Lady Sansa will want concrete assurances. For example, if we open a shipping route through the Bight, carrying goods from the Vale to Lannisport, we'll need to know that your warships won't harass our merchant vessels. And if, by chance, the Crown demanded that you impose an embargo on us, how would you respond?" Tyrion's smile thinned. "We have every intention to uphold any agreements we make, Crown or no Crown. I'm well aware that King's Landing might attempt to meddle, but the West has always cherished a certain independence. So long as the Vale extends us the same courtesy, refusing any demands by the Crown to close off trade to Lannisport, I see no reason we can't stand firm together." Their conversation went on at length, delving into specifics, potential trade tariffs, import-export taxes, joint statements of neutrality, and even the possibility of exchanging a few wards or fosterlings to ensure a deeper bond of friendship. Tyrion handled each point with care, drawing from his lifetime of navigating court intrigues. He offered favorable rates on metal exports, balanced by a request for fair pricing on Vale produce. He assured Myra of Lannisport's readiness to welcome Vale ships, provided they paid the standard harbor fees, no more, no less. While Myra did not commit to every term outright, she appeared impressed by Tyrion's clarity and straightforward approach. By the day's end, they had sketched out the framework of a treaty that might, with Lady Sansa's final approval, bring the Vale and the Westerlands into a beneficial partnership. That evening, Tyrion hosted a modest banquet in Myra's honor. The hall was not lavishly adorned. Tyrion felt it was still too soon for grand displays of luxury, particularly after so much effort had gone into repairing the fortress. Nonetheless, the tables were laid with decent fare: roasted venison, trout from the local rivers, fresh bread, and a variety of cheese and fruit. Wine from the arbor flowed, though not excessively. Myra dined with calm courtesy, occasionally asking about the history of the rock or remarking on the tapestries that depicted the feats of Lon the Clever. Tyrion regaled her with a few wry stories from his childhood, though he left out many of the darker details. He had no desire to dredge up the ghosts of Tywin or Cersei on a night that was meant to cement a positive relationship. During the feast, Damon drifted to Tyrion's side. "Our scouts just reported that no sign of the bandit leader has re-emerged," Damon said, speaking in a low tone. "It appears we've restored order, at least for now." Tyrion was relieved. "Good. The fewer complications we have while the Vale's envoy is here, the better." Damon's eyes flicked toward Myra Royce. "She seems polished?" Tyrion smirked. "She is. A Royce of the Vale, cousin to House Aaron's extended line, I believe. Sansa picked a capable representative." He let his gaze wander the hall, noticing the knights from the Vale mingling politely with Brenrick and a few local Westerlands officers. Everyone was on their best behavior. That was exactly what Tyrion needed: no friction, no foolish outbursts, just the calm forging of alliances. Myra remained at the Rock for nearly a fortnight, negotiating details and carefully drafting letters to be sent back to the Vale for Sansa's consideration. She toured the fortress, expressing particular interest in the famed Lannister vaults. Tyrion obliged by showing her some of the old storerooms, though he did not reveal every hidden nook or the precise extent of the gold reserves. Still, the demonstration of abundant resources clearly impressed her. On one of the final days of her stay, Myra also traveled to Lannisport to see the city's harbor with her own eyes. She returned with enthusiasm for the expansion plans Tyrion had set in motion, declaring that if the Vale's merchants could secure a portion of the warehousing space, trade might flourish far more than expected. When at last the day came for her to depart, they signed a preliminary agreement, sealed with Tyrion's personal signet and Myra's. Official ratification would require Sansa Stark's approval, but Myra promised to deliver a favorable recommendation. Tyrion accompanied her party to the courtyard, where they exchanged formal farewells. "I leave the Rock with a better impression than I arrived with, Lord Tyrion," Myra said, meeting his gaze. "You've shown me the sincerity of your intentions. I trust that Lady Sansa will be eager to finalize our accord." Tyrion inclined his head. "You have my gratitude, Lady Myra. I look forward to hearing from the Vale soon. Safe travels home, and if you encounter difficulties on the road, let us know. We'll see what we can do to help." Myra Royce gave him a measured smile. "Your courtesy is noted." Then she stepped into her carriage, and the small procession of Vale Knights rode out under the watchful eyes of the Lannister guards. Tyrion watched until their banners vanished down the winding road. He felt a distinct sense of accomplishment. It was no grand alliance like that of armies in the War of the Five Kings, but such small, measured pacts could be the stepping stones toward genuine security and prosperity. Perhaps, in time, the Vale might even stand beside him against any enemy that threatened his seat. In the days following Myra's departure, Tyrion turned his attention once again to local matters: letters from minor lords about boundary disputes, ongoing negotiations with the Lannisport guilds, updates on the refurbishment of the fortress's outer walls. He went about these tasks with a newfound buoyancy, buoyed by the knowledge that his rule was beginning to weave into a larger tapestry. Though the region was far from fully stable, every successful endeavor added another thread of legitimacy to his claim. Yet Westeros remained Westeros, full of unpredictable tides. As summer approached, a new rumor began circulating that a scion of House Targaryen, rumored to have survived the fires of past rebellions, was gathering forces in the storm-lashed islands off the coast of Dorne. The rumor was vague, lacking detail, and no one seemed to know the supposed Targaryen's name or lineage for certain. Tyrion had lived through the ascendancy of Daenerys Targaryen once before, and he was not so easily convinced by any rumor of a new dragon claimant. But the story alone might unsettle the realm, giving opportunists a chance to incite chaos. If certain lords wanted to weaken the crown, they could declare for a Targaryen pretender. If the crown wanted to reassert control, it might clamp down on each region with an iron fist. Tyrion realized that if King's Landing grew anxious about rebellion, it might see his own independence as a threat. He summoned Damon and Brenrick to the Solar one afternoon to discuss the rumor. The bright sunlight of approaching summer poured in through narrow windows, illuminating shelves of old ledgers and scrolls. Brenrick was skeptical. How many Targaryens have been rumored to appear over the years? Half the sellswords in Essos once claimed they were dragonseed. Unless you have reason to believe this is real, my lord, it might be a ploy to distract us from something else. Damon wore a frown. I agree we should be cautious about chasing rumors. But if enough lords in the realm believe it, the resulting turmoil could shift alliances. We might see a push from the crown to unify the kingdoms under its banner to face the Targaryen threat, real or not. Tyrion tapped the desk with a finger. Precisely my fear. A phantom Targaryen might be the perfect excuse for the Iron Throne to reassert itself. We need to keep an ear to the ground. Find out what the crown is saying and how the lords of the Reach, Stormlands, and Dorne are reacting. He ordered a small network of informants, financed by the Rock's gold, to travel discreetly among the major roads and taverns of the realm, gathering scraps of information about any Targaryen pretender. Simultaneously, he wrote guarded letters to a few acquaintances in King's Landing, minor courtiers or scribes he once knew, seeking to gauge the crown's stance. Tyrion did not overtly reveal his intentions, of course. Politics were best handled with careful illusions. But he needed to know if a storm was brewing that could threaten his newly established seat. Meanwhile, life in the Westerlands continued. The farmland blossomed under the spring rains. In Lannisport, the first wave of harbor renovations was completed, fresh timber reinforcing the docks, new warehouses sporting the sigil of House Lannister, and an expanded custom house to handle the increased flow of goods. Merchants from the Reach began trickling in with shipments of wine, olive oil from the southern coasts, and even a few exotic imports from the summer islands. Watching ships come and go, Tyrion felt a surge of satisfaction. It was one thing to dream of trade revival, it was another to watch the commerce unfold, coin passing from hand to hand under the watchful eye of Lannister officers who collected taxes fairly. His personal retinue of men-at-arms also grew in quality, if not in enormous numbers. He handpicked knights who showed both martial skill and a sense of discipline, determined to avoid the free-for-all style of some warlords' retinue. Gradually, an unofficial guard came into being, the Lion's Quill, they were sometimes called, a reference to Tyrion's sigil featuring the lion and the quill. It was a small but loyal cadre trained to protect Tyrion personally and to maintain order around the Rock without resorting to needless brutality. Word spread that the Lion's Quill kept strict discipline in its ranks and that Tyrion himself would personally punish any man who tarnished the name by abusing smallfolk. At the same time, Tyrion remained vigilant regarding potential unrest. He was especially wary of any lords in the Westerlands who might chafe at his new approach. A few wrote letters protesting the standardized toll system, claiming it robbed them of income. One or two made veiled remarks about Damon's forced abdication. In each case, Tyrion responded courteously, explaining that the overall prosperity was rising, so they stood to gain more in legitimate taxes from increased trade than they ever would from extorting travelers. He included subtle hints that attempts to disrupt the system would be met with swift retribution. With time, the grumbling quieted, though Tyrion suspected it was not wholly silenced. Late in the spring, a messenger arrived from the Golden Tooth bearing news that House Lefford desired a meeting. The note said little, only that Lord Lefford wished to discuss matters of mutual benefit. Tyrion had been waiting for such an overture. The Golden Tooth was strategically significant, controlling key passes into the Westerlands from the Riverlands. A friendly arrangement with House Lefford would secure Tyrion's eastern flank. A hostile House Lefford could open the door to an invading army. Eager to settle the matter, Tyrion agreed to meet at the Golden Tooth's keep. He set out with a modest entourage, Damon, Brenrick, and a score of mounted knights, plus a few servants and a maester to handle any immediate correspondence. The ride took them over rolling hills dotted with oak and pine, the sun shining brightly on fields that had turned lush with the season's renewal. Tyrion found himself almost enjoying the journey despite the undercurrent of tension. Traveling through the Westerlands in safety was a small miracle given how the region had once been ravaged by war. Farmers waved from their fields, children paused to stare at the passing column. Tyrion responded with polite gestures, mindful that every encounter shaped public opinion. As they approached the Golden Tooth, the fortress stood proudly atop a rocky rise, its walls built from a warm-hued stone that gave it a distinct golden gleam in sunlight. Banners with the Lefford sigil, a golden inverted pile on a blue field, fluttered in the breeze. Tyrion recalled from memory that the Golden Tooth had always been wealthy, drawing coin from local mines and controlling a critical pass. Tywin had maintained a strong relationship with the Leffords, ensuring they remained loyal. But with Tywin gone, the question was whether they would grant Tyrion the same confidence. At the gates, the party was greeted by a steward who showed them inside. The courtyard bustled with activity, guards drilling, servants carrying supplies, and a pair of hunting hounds barking at newcomers. Tyrion dismounted, ignoring the mild ache in his legs, and proceeded into the main keep, flanked by Damon and Brenrick. They were led to a receiving hall, less grand than the Great Hall at the Rock, but comfortable enough. Tapestries depicting local hunting scenes lined the walls, and a few small suits of gilded armor stood on display. Light poured in from high arched windows. Lord Lefford awaited them, a man in his late 40s, with thinning sandy hair, sharp eyes, and a hawkish nose. He wore a well-tailored tunic in blue and gold, an ornamental sword belted at his waist. He rose from a carved wooden chair and offered a polite bow to Tyrion. "Lord Tyrion of Casterly Rock," he said, pronouncing the title carefully. "An honor to host you here at the Golden Tooth." Tyrion bowed in return. "My Lord Lefford, I thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to finally speak face to face." They exchanged courtesies, but Tyrion sensed tension beneath the surface. Lefford's posture was stiff, and his voice carried a guarded tone, as though he was still deciding how far to extend trust. They settled into seats at a long table where pitchers of wine and plates of fresh bread and cheese were set out. Damon stood behind Tyrion, arms folded, while Brenrick waited near the door with the other guards. Lefford opened the discussion with a mild remark about the weather, then shifted quickly to the matter of the region's stability. "I've heard of your new policies, Lord Tyrion. Standardized tolls, expansions in Lannisport, the renewed presence of Lannister ships at sea. Impressive feats, truly. But I wonder how it all benefits us here at the Golden Tooth." Tyrion smiled faintly. "Your seat is the gateway between the Westerlands and the Riverlands. If trade flows more freely through Lannisport, caravans will need to cross these passes. That means more business for your towns, more merchants paying fair tolls under your watch, and more coin in your coffers. The old haphazard system of toll gouging only discouraged traffic. If we unify and encourage commerce, we all stand to gain." Lefford drummed his fingers on the table. "You speak well, my lord. But coin is not our only concern. The Golden Tooth is a fortress of strategic importance. If the realm is thrown into turmoil again, the Riverlands might become a battleground. I recall how swiftly conflicts can spill over into these passes. And I must ask, if King's Landing or some new faction chooses to move against Casterly Rock, will you expect the Golden Tooth to stand in their way?" Tyrion leaned forward. "I will expect my sworn lords to uphold their oaths, yes. But I have no desire to drag you into unnecessary conflicts. My aim is stability. If the crown decides it must reassert some authority over the West, I'll not beggar the realm with an unwinnable war. I will, however, defend my seat if threatened. And if that happens, I prefer we stand together as a unified Westerlands." Lefford frowned, chewing over Tyrion's words. "House Lefford has long supported the Lannisters. But your claim, let us say, took many by surprise. Some might question how the Westerlands fell into your hands so quickly." "A fair concern," Tyrion replied calmly. "I was once hand of the king, I fought for the realm, and I bear the name Lannister by birth. Many did not expect me to seize the rock, but here I am. The success of my rule benefits all who dwell here, including you. I won't force loyalty with the edge of a sword. I prefer to earn it by making life better for my vassals. Judge me by the results." A glimmer of interest flickered in Lefford's eyes. "And if I wish some guarantees of my house's privileges, greater autonomy in managing the pass, or a share of the tolls that pass through our domain, would you be open to negotiation?" "Absolutely," Tyrion said. "I'm no tyrant. If you can show me how your stewardship of the pass yields results, I'll gladly formalize a fair agreement. It must be within reason, of course. The days of random toll stations must end, so caravans know exactly what to expect. But House Lefford can administer the official toll, keep an agreed portion, and remit the rest to the rock. In turn, you'll pledge your arms to defend the pass if any invaders come from the east. A straightforward arrangement, yes?" Lefford rubbed his chin. "It sounds workable, but I'd like it in writing, sealed by your hand." "Then we shall set scribes to drafting the terms," Tyrion replied, letting a smile show. We can also include provisions for your own merchants to enjoy reduced harbor fees in Lannisport to encourage them to trade more widely. The more goods that flow, the richer the Westbeck. That line of reasoning appeased Lefford. He invited Tyrion to stay for a few days so their respective scribes could hammer out the details. The arrangement took shape: a standardized toll structure, partial revenue share, and agreement for defensive coordination. Tyrion found Lord Lefford an intelligent negotiator who knew precisely what he wanted but was also pragmatic enough to see the advantage in forging a solid alliance with the new Lord of the Rock. By the time Tyrion departed the Golden Tooth, they had sealed an agreement that greatly reduced the likelihood of any friction from that quarter, and if the Riverlands or the Crown tried to march west, House Lefford would stand with Tyrion, at least for now. Riding away, Tyrion mulled over how swiftly the realms could shift under different leadership. Under Tywin or Cersei, the approach would have been more direct, perhaps intimidation or backhanded threats to ensure House Lefford fell in line. Tyrion preferred a gentler approach, offering tangible incentives for compliance. This was not kindness for its own sake, it was the cunning strategy of a man who understood that hearts and minds bound by genuine self-interest were less likely to revolt than those cowed by fear alone. And with each day, the bedrock of his authority seemed to grow firmer. Summer arrived in full bloom, scorching the plains beneath a bright sun. The air shimmered with heat and dust rose from well-trodden roads. The farmland produced healthy crops while the coastal breezes in Lannisport brought relief from the inland swelter. Traders from the Reach, the Vale, and even a few from the Iron Islands risked venturing in, hoping to benefit from the new trade environment. Tyrion oversaw the hustle and bustle, taking satisfaction in each new row of shops opened in Lannisport, each new warehouse filled with goods from across the sea. It was a prosperity the city had not known in decades. The Lord of the Rock might not be the war hero or fearsome lion Tywin was, but he was fast proving to be the lion with the golden quill, writing prosperity into existence. Yet trouble brewed again, this time from a corner Tyrion had hoped would remain quiet: the southern coast near Case. Reports indicated that a few Reaver longships from the Iron Islands had been sighted prowling the waters. One fishing village was raided at night, its meager store of salted fish stolen, 2 villagers slain, and a handful of others abducted. The question was whether this was an isolated incident or a sign of a larger Ironborn incursion. Tyrion immediately ordered his refurbished Lannister ships to sail south and patrol the coastline, ready to engage any raiders. He wrote to Case, instructing them to bolster watchtowers along the shore. He also dispatched riders to search for survivors or witnesses who might identify which Ironborn house was behind the raid. A name surfaced: House Harlaw, or at least men claiming to serve a Harlaw captain. The Harlaws were one of the more formidable Ironborn lineages, known for their bleak and windswept domain. They were cunning reavers who sometimes operated without the full knowledge or sanction of the Iron Islands overlord, especially if the internal politics of the Ironborn were as tumultuous as always. Tyrion resolved to respond decisively. If the Iron Islands believed they could simply resume their old habits of raiding the western coast, they would soon find themselves facing a newly united Westerlands. Still, open warfare with the Iron Islands was not Tyrion's goal. He intended a targeted response: chase off the Reavers, blockade their landing sites, and ensure they gained no foothold. Perhaps even a demonstration of naval strength would deter them for the season. He gathered his advisors in the war room: Damon, Brenrick, and a few naval captains recently loyal to House Lannister. Spreading a map of the western coast on the table, Tyrion pointed to the known approaches. They usually strike fishing villages or minor towns that have minimal defenses, Tyrion said. They won't risk a direct confrontation with a fortress or a castle's garrison. So we must anticipate their next likely targets and station enough men or ships to chase them off. One naval captain, a seasoned mariner named Corley Stone, a bastard of some minor Westerlands noble, spoke with confidence. "My lord, if we place 2 of our galleys near Fair Isle and 1 near Case, we can respond quickly. The Ironborn rarely linger after a raid. If they see us coming, they'll scatter. The question is whether we chase them back to the Iron Islands or be content with forcing them away from our shores." Brenrick crossed his arms. Chasing them home might lead to a larger conflict. The Ironborn might unify under a powerful lord to retaliate. You recall the old times, how the Greyjoys once rebelled. We should protect our coast but avoid a full-scale war if we can. Tyrion nodded. Agreed. Drive them off, sink a few if necessary, but we won't pursue them deep into Ironborn waters unless they declare open war. Let's focus on protecting our own. Damon tapped a finger on the map near Case. If they try again, it'll likely be here or further down by the crag. We should let the local lords know that the rock stands ready to assist. And so it was settled. Tyrion oversaw the deployment of 3 ships along the southwestern coast, each with enough archers and marines to repel boarding attempts. The galleys flew the sigil of House Lannister. Tyrion wanted the Ironborn to recognize that the waters were now guarded by an active lord, not a complacent caretaker. Around the same time, Tyrion sent quiet messages to potential Ironborn intermediaries, minor captains or merchants who occasionally dealt in legitimate trade, informing them that further raids on the Westerlands would provoke a stern response, but that peaceful exchange of goods was still possible. Subtle diplomacy, Tyrion thought, might dissuade some reavers from testing his patience. Throughout these moves, he remained acutely aware that war was a delicate balance in Westeros. One skirmish could erupt into a region-wide conflagration if the right powers aligned. His hold on the rock was strong but not absolute. He needed to show resolve without instigating a great conflict that could unravel everything he had built. As the summer weeks passed, the sightings of Ironborn ships receded. The reavers apparently found easier targets elsewhere, or perhaps they simply recognized that the West was no longer a soft victim. A subtle wave of relief spread among the coastal villages, who gradually returned to their fishing routines under the watchful guard of Lannister patrols. Tyrion considered that a small but notable triumph. The people came to understand that the Rock's new lord was neither powerless nor disinterested. He cared, and he could protect them. Word of that would travel inland and further bind the realm together under his banner. Amid these larger events, life within Casterly Rock's walls continued to evolve. Tyrion established a small council to oversee different aspects of governance. Damon handled domestic affairs, ensuring the fortress's daily functioning and dealing with local disputes. Brenrick led the military arm, training the garrison, coordinating with outlying forces, and managing the city watch in Lannisport. Tyrion himself took on the intricate role of both judge and spymaster, receiving intelligence from across the region and beyond. They met in the old solar that once belonged to Tywin, now rearranged to accommodate multiple desks and shelves of parchment. It often struck Tyrion how the same stone walls that once heard Tywin's stern dictums now echoed with collaborative plans for a more inclusive form of rule. One late afternoon, as the sun dipped low and cast long shadows across the courtyard, Tyrion stood on a balcony overlooking the sea. He sipped a cup of cool watered wine, refreshing in the summer heat. His thoughts turned to the future. Would the Crown and King's Landing ever come to treat him as a legitimate lord, or would they label him a usurper? If so, would they come west with an army or a cunning diplomatic ploy? Perhaps he should proactively send an envoy to the capital, offering token fealty in exchange for official recognition. But that carried risk. The Crown might impose harsh terms or decide to replace him. Tyrion chewed on the idea, uncertain if any advantage lay in revealing too much of his hand. He also thought of Sansa Stark. Her envoy had left weeks ago, but no final word had returned from the Vale. Was Sansa weighing the pros and cons, or was she distracted by other pressing matters? Tyrion tried to quell a flutter of impatience. Alliances in Westeros rarely formed overnight. Meanwhile, the rumor of a Targaryen pretender still circulated. His spies could find no conclusive evidence. Only scattered gossip of a silver-haired figure in some lost corner of the Stepstones. He decided not to fret. If a real Targaryen threat arose, he would hear more definitive news eventually. Turning from the balcony, he gazed upon the fortress's sprawl. Guards patrolled the walls, servants hurried about with baskets of produce from the nearby fields. From somewhere below, the clang of metal on metal rang out, soldiers training with swords. The smell of baking bread drifted from the castle kitchens, merging with the salty tang of the sea air. Tyrion breathed it in, letting the swirl of scents anchor him in the present. He could still recall, with painful clarity, the day he stood at the prow of the ship, returning to the west with a plan to seize this mighty fortress. He'd been nervous, unsteady, uncertain of his own capacity. Now he was lord in fact as well as name, shaping policies and forging alliances. The transformation was startling. It reminded him that though he was born a dwarf, scorned and overlooked, he had carved a destiny out of cunning and perseverance. He finished his wine and set the cup aside. Another day of work lay ahead, a new set of letters to finalize, a petition from the Blacksmiths Guild in Lannisport to address, a potential arrangement with the Masons at Castamere. He smiled wryly to himself, amused by how much he had come to relish these mundane tasks of governance. Once he had been the imp at court, known for sharp wit and drunken escapades. Now he was a lord shaping a region's future, detail by painstaking detail. The pivot felt remarkable and strangely fulfilling. Leaving the balcony, he descended a staircase that led into the courtyard, taking in the bustle of late afternoon chores. Damon emerged from a side arch carrying a sheaf of documents. When he spotted Tyrion, he raised a hand in greeting. "Busy day, my lord?" "Every day is busy," Tyrion replied with a hint of amusement. "You?" Damon huffed. "Complaints from a group of farmers about taxes in the southern reaches. They claim we're double-counting their livestock. I'll get to the bottom of it." "That's the spirit," Tyrion said, patting Damon's shoulder. "Keep after it. If we treat them fairly, we'll have more loyal farmers and more revenue in the long run." Their eyes met, and Damon gave a small nod. It was hard to imagine that this man had once ruled the Rock in Tyrion's absence, only to be deposed in a single night of bloodshed and cunning. Yet here they stood, allies or at least partners in administration. It was a testament to Tyrion's approach that he had turned a former rival into a companion of sorts. As Damon departed, Tyrion walked through the courtyard, greeting a few guards by name. The sun glinted off the castle's golden stone, and the sky above was cloudless, a radiant expanse of blue. He paused by a small fountain where a pair of children giggled as they tossed pebbles into the water. Their mother stood nearby, apologizing profusely to Tyrion for their intrusion, but Tyrion waved off her worries. "No harm done," he assured her, smiling at the children. "Keep them laughing, this place needs more joy." He continued on, passing through an archway that led to the older section of the fortress. There he found a small library he'd established, an annex to the Grand Library but cozier. Shelves lined the walls with volumes about the history of the West, treatises on trade, and scrolls of local laws. A few scribes were at work, copying older texts to fresh parchment so they wouldn't be lost to mold and time. Tyrion enjoyed dropping by to see how their efforts progressed. The scribes quickly rose, bowing slightly as he entered. Continue, Tyrion said, motioning for them to be at ease. He scanned the shelves with a sense of pride. This was the intellectual heart of his rule, the place where the knowledge gleaned by past generations could guide the future. He stepped to a worn wooden table where a large map of Westeros was laid out, color-coded to show trade routes, resources, and alliances. Tyrion traced a finger along the path from the Vale to the Rock, then from the Rock to the Reach, from the Reach to the Stormlands. Each route told a story of potential commerce, each border a line where conflict might spark. In that tapestry, the Westerlands were no longer an isolated bastion but an active participant in the realm's chessboard. He took a quill, dipped it in ink, and added a small note near the southwestern coast where the Ironborn raids had occurred. Then he circled the Golden Tooth region, signifying the new arrangement with Lord Lefford. Next, he highlighted Lannisport, marking its harbor expansions. This map was a living record of his rule's progress. It reminded him that every success was a stepping stone and every threat a potential downfall. There was no room for complacency. A scribe coughed softly. "My lord, I've copied that volume of House Lannister genealogies you requested. Shall I deliver it to your chambers?" Tyrion nodded. "Yes, thank you. Just leave it on the reading stand. I'd like to study it further. I find it enlightening to know how the lines of our house have twisted and turned through the centuries." The scribe bowed and shuffled off with the completed volume. Tyrion brushed a bit of dust from his fingers. He had seen enough genealogies in his life to know that family trees in Westeros often contained as many skeletons as living branches. Tywin's legacy loomed over him still, but Tyrion was determined to forge a new path, even if it meant ignoring certain unflattering chapters of the Lannister story. He returned to the courtyard, noticing the change in the light. The sun was sinking lower, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink. Evening was nearing, and soon the castle would light its torches. Servants and guards hustled to finish their tasks. The children by the fountain were gone, presumably taken home for supper. Tyrion walked along the ramparts, greeting a guard or two, then stopped to observe the golden reflection of the setting sun on the sea. From this vantage, he saw a single ship in the bay, sails furled, the Lannister banner fluttering from its mast. Far below, seagulls circled, their cries faintly audible. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Tyrion let himself admire the raw beauty of this place he now called home. The Rock had once been forbidding, steeped in harsh memories, overshadowed by Tywin's stern rule. Yet in the soft glow of twilight, it looked almost gentle, a realm with the potential for renewal. His mind flickered back to that long-ago day when he chose to pull the trigger of a crossbow in the privy, ending his father's life. It had been a moment of fury, revenge, and final rejection. He often wondered if Tywin, in his last breath, had realized just how much he had underestimated his youngest son. Perhaps that ghost still lingered in these corridors, unsettled by the dramatic shift in the house's fortunes. But Tyrion refused to be chained by the past. He was Lord now, forging a path shaped by his own experiences, some bright, many dark. The next test would arrive eventually, whether from the Iron Islands, King's Landing, or some other corner of Westeros. When that moment came, Tyrion intended to face it with the same cunning that had brought him this far. If illusions and diplomacy failed, he still had steel and discipline on his side. Night fell in earnest, and the stars blinked awake. Tyrion left the ramparts, retreating inside to oversee the evening meal, share a few words with the captains who patrolled the city, and finalize the next day's appointments. The castle's corridors glowed with torchlight, reflecting off polished stone floors. Servants passed by with respectful bows, and a few knights nodded greetings. Somewhere, a bard plucked a soft tune on a lute, providing a gentle lull to the fortress's nocturnal hum. Eventually, Tyrion reached his private chambers, once Tywin's, now stripped of the old man's austere decorations and furnished to Tyrion's taste with thick rugs, a well-stocked bookshelf, and comfortable seating. The genealogical volume the scribe had promised lay waiting on a stand by the window. Tyrion lit a candle, set it carefully beside the book, and opened to the first page. By the flickering light, he studied the lines of House Lannister, from the earliest days after Lon the Clever to the more recent generations. Names came and went, titles rose and fell, alliances were forged and shattered. It was a tapestry of power and ambition, bright threads woven beside bloodstains. He came upon a familiar section detailing the life and reign of Tywin Lannister, Warden of the West, Hand of the King, the man who shaped the realm for decades. Tyrion traced a finger over the ink, memory swirling. Scornful glances in the great hall, a father's voice dripping with contempt, the heavy sense of never measuring up. Closing his eyes, Tyrion let out a long breath. He had surpassed Tywin's expectations in a twisted way, tearing control of the West from his father's ghost. And yet, there was a pang of sadness in it, too. If Tywin had recognized him, had nurtured his gifts rather than mocked them, they might have built something together. The next pages chronicled Cersei, Jaime, their children, Tommen, Myrcella, Joffrey. All that tragedy had rocked the realm, leaving the Lannister name battered by scandal and sorrow. Tyrion often wished things could have gone differently for his niece and nephew, but the time for regrets was long past. He turned another page. The genealogical records ended abruptly, with a note about the uncertainty following the War of the Five Kings. There was no entry for Tyrion's own assumption of the rock, that he supposed would be for future scribes to record. He closed the book. Outside the window, a half-moon gleamed, high and quiet in a sea of black. A wave of fatigue washed over him. Ruling was an endless endeavor, but at least he could rest tonight with the knowledge that the West was at peace, however temporary, and that he was steadily shaping it into a realm guided by reason and fairness rather than brute intimidation. Tomorrow would bring fresh letters, fresh disputes, fresh steps toward stability, or fresh crises. He would meet them with the same wry courage that had carried him this far. Extinguishing the candle, Tyrion slipped out of his clothes and into a simple nightshirt. The bed awaited, furnished with soft linens. He eased himself onto it, feeling the day's tension settle in his bones. As he drifted toward sleep, a final thought danced through his weary mind. For all the ghosts that haunted these halls, for all the danger lurking beyond, this place was now his home, and these people were under his protection. He closed his eyes, letting the hush of the night envelop him. In dreams, the roar of a lion intermingled with the scratch of a quill, writing a new chapter of House Lannister's tale, one forged by the imp who had claimed Casterly Rock and refused to let it slip away. Tyrion rose at dawn the next morning, lingering in bed just long enough to shake off the last vestiges of sleep. The night's dreams clung to him, memories of traveling on winding roads, of hearing voices, some pleading for justice, others calling him imp, and vague shadows of faces he could not fully name. He forced the dreams aside. He had long ago learned that the waking world demanded more of him than any phantom did. He dressed in a simple tunic of fine linen, over which he fastened a leather vest embroidered with the new Lannister sigil that bore the quill in the lion's paw. Then he pulled on well-fitted boots, mindful of how his shorter legs sometimes ached if he wore the wrong pair. The chamber felt comfortably warm, summer had truly taken hold, and he found himself missing the crisp coolness of morning air in the courtyard. He left his rooms, descending the spiral steps of the old tower to the main level of Casterly Rock. Outside, the sky glowed with early sunlight, lighting up the fortress walls in a soft gold. Servants moved about, some carrying water, others dragging crates of supplies or leading mules toward storerooms. A cluster of stonemasons ambled toward the outer curtain wall where repairs continued on weather-worn ramparts. Tyrion noted with faint satisfaction that they were refurbishing parts of the fortress that had been neglected for decades. Once it had only been possible to tend to the most vital defenses. Now, thanks to renewed trade and stable tax revenues, the Rock could afford a more thorough restoration. His first order of business was meeting with Damon, who waited near the main hall with 2 scribes and a sheaf of parchment. Damon's expression was neutral. He had long ceased showing open resentment, though Tyrion occasionally caught flickers of it in an unguarded moment. But there was also a grudging respect. They had formed a strange partnership since that day Tyrion seized the seat, balancing each other's strengths. Damon was adept at organization, thoroughly aware of the older guard traditions and the fortress's internal workings. Tyrion excelled at big-picture strategy and forging alliances abroad. "Good morning," Tyrion said. He nodded to the scribes, who bowed low. "What do we have today?" Damon flicked through the parchments. "A short list of tasks, my lord. The most urgent, finalizing the terms for House Brax. They've asked for partial relief on certain duties for their iron mines in exchange for delivering higher grade ore to Lannisport. Also, we've had a fresh letter from the Reach. Lords in the southern border region near Tumbleton express worry that outlaws are creeping onto their lands from the Stormlands. They inquire whether we might share intelligence. Apparently, they think we have eyes everywhere now." He gave a dry half-smile. "You have a reputation for cunning, it seems." Tyrion took the parchments, scanning them. "I'll respond to Brax today. House Brax was loyal to my father. We can't neglect them, or they might look for other partnerships. As for Tumbleton, well, I'm not sure how we can help them directly if the Stormlands are in disarray. But we can exchange letters and promise to share news. A small courtesy might earn us greater goodwill from the Reach Lords." Damon inclined his head. "Understood. There's also a note from the Maester. He's had success with some new herbal remedies, claims it will cut fevers more swiftly. He wonders if we want to distribute these concoctions to villages across the Westerlands." "An interesting possibility," Tyrion mused. "Better health for the small folk means fewer losses come winter. But what of cost? The Maester's not giving these remedies away for nothing. He'll need ingredients, casks for storage, perhaps training for local healers. We might fund it in part, but we can't simply absorb all expenses. Let's see if wealthier villages can pay a small share." He handed a parchment back to Damon. "Draft a short letter asking for an estimate of the costs. If it's not too high, I'll consider it an investment in goodwill." Damon scribbled a note, and they moved on. As they proceeded through a series of lesser tasks, requests from local knights for petty clarifications, updates on the roads leading inland, Tyrion's mind drifted to the broader realm. He had not yet received any definitive word from King's Landing. The crown, it seemed, was too embroiled in its own issues to mount an expedition west or open direct negotiations. That might be a blessing. The longer Tyrion solidified his rule without interference, the harder it would be for any monarch to dislodge him. Yet he also knew that a sudden decision in the royal court, perhaps fueled by envy over the West's resources, could spark conflict at any time. A single raven carrying a royal decree might attempt to undermine him, or worse, proclaim a distant Lannister cousin as the true heir. He had spies in King's Landing, but their reports were muddled. One said that the crown was more worried about potential chaos in the east. Another insisted that some powerful figures at court whispered about reasserting control over the wealthiest region in Westeros. Tyrion had no desire to see crown soldiers at his doorstep, so he remained vigilant. He passed the rest of the morning in deliberations and letter writing. By midday, he joined a small group in the dining hall for a brief meal. The hall was less grand than during feasts. Only a few tables were set and the thick stone walls kept out the blazing heat. A tapestry on the far side showed the Lannister lion, golden thread glinting whenever it caught a stray beam of sunlight. Tyrion shared the meal with Damon, Brenrick, and a handful of trusted knights who had become something like his inner circle. They spoke of minor battles fought in the past and speculated on the rumors swirling about the potential Targaryen pretender somewhere in the Stepstones. Tyrion listened intently, though no one could confirm new details. Afterward, Brenrick pulled Tyrion aside in a corner of the hall. The hedge knight-turned-captain had a formidable presence, made more pronounced by the scar across his temple. "My lord," he began in a low voice, "I've heard mutterings from the men about the rumored Targaryen. They're not worried about dragons, no sign of those. but they wonder if we'll take sides should a real conflict erupt. A few of the older soldiers remember the chaos Daenerys caused. They worry you might lean Targaryen, or that we might have to fight Targaryens again. Tyrion let out a small sigh. His own history with Daenerys Targaryen was complicated at best, but that was known to very few. I have no intention of picking fights with phantoms. If a genuine Targaryen shows up with an army, we'll assess the situation. But until that day comes, we focus on the West. Brenrick nodded, though his frown remained. Understood. I'll keep the men calm, but talk spreads fast. Do so, Tyrion said quietly. We have enough to manage without chasing rumors. That evening, Tyrion found himself restless. The day's administrative work, though necessary, left him itching for something more tangible. He decided to tour the lower levels of the fortress, where stables, storerooms, and older corridors stretched into the rock itself. Holding a small lantern, he led a page and 2 guards down winding steps that echoed beneath their boots. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of straw and old stone. They passed the stables first, seeing the row of horses, some nuzzling at hay, others stomping in mild agitation at the night visitors. Further along was a wide corridor leading to storerooms that housed grain, salted meats, and barrels of wine. Servants scurried here and there, stacking supplies or checking inventory. Tyrion asked a few quick questions about how well-stocked they were for the next winter. The answers were reassuring. The fortress was better supplied than it had been in years, thanks to increased trade. He continued deeper, until at last he reached a stout iron door that opened onto a rarely used set of tunnels. Passageways carved into the rock centuries ago, for storage or emergency escape. A guard posted there saluted stiffly. Tyrion felt a trickle of old memories. As a child, he had sneaked into these tunnels, curious about rumors of hidden passages. Now, as Lord, he had more legitimate reason to explore, but the sense of secrecy remained. The page behind him, a boy no older than 14, wide-eyed with excitement, held the lantern high. The flickering light played strange patterns on the rough walls. Tyrion guided them forward, recalling that some of these tunnels opened into large vaults. The Lannister gold had once been stored in a main vault, though Tywin had relocated much of it. Tyrion, for his part, had discovered lesser vaults containing old treasures, some worthless, some of moderate value. He had left them locked up, partly out of caution. He found one such vault now. A heavy door, reinforced with steel bands, sat at the end of the corridor. "Have you the keys?" he asked the guard. "Yes, my lord." The guard drew a ring of keys from his belt. "The vault's used mostly for older furnishings and records now." "Open it," Tyrion said. "I'd like to see what's being stored." With effort, the guard turned the lock and the door groaned on its hinges. The smell of must, dust, and time emerged. The page lifted the lantern higher, revealing a wide chamber cluttered with crates, barrels, and rolled carpets. Tyrion stepped inside, inhaling the stale air. It felt like stepping into a piece of history, a place rarely visited. He moved carefully amid the piles, stooping to examine labels or peek inside a half-open crate. He spotted tapestries rolled up and bound in leather straps, old chairs with lion claw feet, chipped candelabras. One corner held sealed chests that might once have contained coin or small valuables. He moved to a chest that seemed heavier than the rest, its brass hinges corroded with greenish tarnish. With a grunt of effort, he heaved the lid open. Inside were small metal lockboxes arranged in neat rows, each bearing a faded house sigil or crest, presumably belonging to families who once owed fealty and delivered something as surety. He gently lifted one, tried its latch, found it locked. Still, the weight implied metal within, perhaps coin or jewelry. Tyrion considered breaking it open, but thought better of it. If these boxes had been stored here for generations, the rightful owners might be long dead, or perhaps their descendants had no idea the boxes existed. Bursting them open might reveal valuables, but also might create a knot of obligations. He sighed, letting the lockbox rest. "We'll leave them for now," he muttered. "Perhaps someday we'll have a proper scribe inventory these. Not tonight." The page nodded, expression as wide-eyed as ever. Tyrion made his way around the vault, scanning for anything truly remarkable. He found a small trunk, dusty and unremarkable. Inside, half-buried beneath discolored cloth, he glimpsed what looked like a half-finished tapestry. Lifting it out, he saw the early outlines of a lion's shape embroidered in golden thread. Some Lannister ancestor must have begun stitching it ages ago and abandoned it. Tyrion traced a finger over the incomplete threads, a sudden twinge of melancholy hitting him. So many half-finished stories hidden in these walls. He replaced the tapestry, closed the trunk. Then he left the vault, instructing the guard to lock it again. As they returned through the tunnel, his thoughts drifted to how much legacy and potential cluttered the rock's nooks and crannies. A fortress this old had seen countless lords, each leaving behind fragments of their time. Now it was his domain for as long as he could keep it. The weight of that pressed on his mind. What would he leave behind for the next generation, unfinished tapestries or something greater? Once back in the main corridors, he dismissed the page and the guards with thanks. He returned to his chambers, mind whirling with the day's events. Letters to the Braxes, the question of Tumbleton's outlaws, the idea of broadening local healthcare. The West was becoming a tapestry all its own, threads of commerce, alliances, scattered threats. Tyrion hoped it would coalesce into something cohesive and lasting. The next day dawned bright and hot. Tyrion decided to walk the ramparts early, hoping to catch a cooler breeze off the Sunset Sea. From the top of the outer walls, he saw Lannisport in the distance, glimmers of sails in the bay, rows of brownish rooftops. Inland, farmland stretched, green and gold in the sunlight, small clusters of trees breaking up the fields. Smoke rose from cottage chimneys, a sign that breakfast fires were lit. The realm looked serene, though he knew that serenity was born of daily toil and precarious peace. As he passed along the wall, he encountered Brenrick inspecting a group of archers who were taking target practice from the battlements. Brenrick gave them pointers on aiming at moving targets below should Real invaders ever try to scale the cliffs or the base of the walls. Tyrion paused, watching the archers loose arrows at straw dummies placed at various distances. The whistling shafts struck home with satisfying thuds. Brenrick approached, bowing slightly. "They're improving, my lord. Most have only a year or two of real experience, but we drill them daily." Tyrion nodded. "That might make all the difference if we ever face a real siege." He glanced down at the sea's edge where the cliffs fell away into churning waves. "Although I doubt any army would attempt to climb the sheer rock, it's still comforting to know we have skilled bowmen." Brenrick followed his gaze. "Any word from the Iron Islands?" "None new," Tyrion said. "Our ships haven't reported more raids. A few local fishermen claim they spotted an Ire-born longship, but it didn't land. It's possible the Reavers decided to prowl elsewhere. Or they're watching, waiting." Brenrick's expression darkened. "I've never trusted the Ire-born to remain idle. They enjoy testing boundaries. But if they come in small groups, our ships can handle them." Then he looked at Tyrion, voice turning quieter. "My lord, I've been meaning to raise a concern. Some of the men wonder if we're preparing enough for a potential confrontation with King's Landing. We speak often of other threats, bandits, Ireborn, the rumor of a Targaryen. But the Iron Throne is the greatest wildcard. Should we not be fortifying further, training more men? In the event we need to defend the rock against a larger host?" Tyrion rested his forearms on the stone parapet, gazing out over the shimmering sea. "We are making preparations, slowly and carefully, building the economy, forging alliances, training our forces. But I won't let fear of the crown paralyze us. If the crown tries to impose itself by force, we'll resist with everything we have. That means not just swords and spears but alliances and trade. We'll make it costly for them to intervene, so costly they might prefer to negotiate." Brenrick studied him. "That strategy hinges on the crown not calling your bluff." Tyrion offered a wry smile. "I know, but think of it. The crown can't easily raise a large army without draining its coffers or angering half the realm. The North might not march at the crown's command. The Vale remains standoffish, and I have reason to believe Sansa Stark might quietly support our independence if it suits her. The Reach Lords are still rebuilding after years of conflict, unsure if they trust the monarchy. If the crown came west in a grand display, it might prompt every disgruntled region to rise or withhold support. They risk more than they can gain. So, let's hope reason prevails in the Red Keep." Brenrick grunted. "Reason in King's Landing is a slim hope, but I see your point." He gave Tyrion a nod. "I'll continue training the men. If you want more archers recruited, say the word." "I might soon," Tyrion replied. "We're in a good position, but a few dozen more skilled bowmen would not go amiss." With that, Brenrick turned back to oversee the drill. Tyrion continued his stroll, letting the talk of potential war with the crown fade to a low hum in his mind. Even in peacetime, he had to remain mindful of the next threat. That was the nature of rule in Westeros. He descended from the walls into the courtyard. A single messenger waited there, dust on his cloak, chest heaving from exertion. Tyrion recognized him as one of the riders he'd recently deployed along the roads. The man bowed deeply. "My lord, I come from the area near Ashmark. There's trouble." A group of deserters from a Sellsword company arrived in a local village. At first, they offered to help with harvest work for pay, but they turned violent when the villagers refused to meet their steep demands. Several peasants were beaten, and the local reeve petitioned for help. "He begs you to send men to restore order." Tyrion's mouth tightened. It seemed there was always some outbreak of violence or banditry to address, even in the calmer days of summer. "All right," he said. "How many? Are they heavily armed?" "Perhaps 15 or 20. Some say they brought swords and crossbows. Not a full regiment, but disciplined enough to scare the villagers. The reeve says they've occupied an abandoned barn and threatened to burn fields if their demands aren't met." Tyrion nodded. "Then they must be put down quickly. I'll send a squad of men to quell the situation. Thank you for the report." He wasted no time. Summoning Damon, Brenrick, and a half-dozen experienced riders, Tyrion relayed the news. Though Damon offered to handle it directly, Tyrion decided they should not underestimate even a small band of trained Sellswords. The reeve's local militia might lack real discipline. So Tyrion assembled 24 Lannister soldiers, 10 mounted knights, 6 archers, and 8 footmen. Brenrick would lead them. That would be more than enough to subdue 15 deserters unless they had hidden allies. Before they rode out, Tyrion pulled Brenrick aside. "Try not to shed unnecessary blood," Tyrion said. "If they lay down arms, we can grant them a chance at fair trial or conscription. Some of these men might have turned desperate, but if they refuse to yield..." Brenrick finished the thought. "We'll do what we must to protect the villagers, my lord." A short while later, the riders departed in a cloud of dust. Tyrion watched from the courtyard gate as they disappeared over the horizon. Moments like these reminded him that day-to-day ruling often felt like plugging holes in a leaky barrel. Just as he patched one, another opened. Still, each successful operation tightened his grip on the region, proof that House Lannister was no absent overlord, and set an example. If word spread that Tyrion's men swiftly quelled trouble near Ashmark, other would-be brigands might think twice. By late afternoon, under the scorching sun, Tyrion sought respite in the shade of an awning near the training yard. He watched the Rock's younger recruits practice sword forms, recalling a time when he, too, tried to swing a blade. He had learned some basics, enough to keep himself alive in dire circumstances, but never excelled at it. He was not Jaime or Bronn or any of the other skilled fighters who had crossed his path. But even so, he remembered the satisfaction of landing a solid blow during training, the shock of searing pain when parrying a strike poorly. Looking at these recruits, some barely older than boys, he felt a flicker of protectiveness. They would become the next generation to defend the West, or perhaps they would be casualties in some future war if the fates turned dark. He left them to their drills and returned to the keep, prepared to lose himself in administrative tasks once more. A steward approached with a tray of letters, each bearing the seal of a Westerlands lord or an external contact. Tyrion sighed inwardly. There was always more reading to do, more politics to unravel. He accepted the letters and carried them into the solar, where the shutters were drawn to keep out the worst of the heat. A pitcher of water and a cup of wine awaited him on the table. He began opening them one by one. The first was from a minor knight near the crag, complaining about border disputes with his neighbor. The second was from a merchant in Lannisport, describing a new arrival of Lyseni trade ships and requesting a cut in import fees. Tyrion made a note to weigh that request carefully. The third letter bore a sigil he did not immediately recognize. He tilted his head, picking apart the wax seal. Inside was a short message written in a flowing, almost feminine hand. "Lord Tyrion of Casterly Rock. I write from King's Landing. Word of your governance has reached us, though in scattered fragments. There are those at court who wonder if you remain loyal to the crown or if you have declared yourself sovereign. Certain powerful lords whisper that the West grows too bold. I am no lord nor lady, but hold a position in the royal household that grants me awareness of rumor and conversation. I wish to inquire privately whether you would accept an emissary from King's Landing, officially or unofficially, to discuss matters of mutual concern. Your response shall shape how these conversations proceed in the corridors of power. Signed, a friend." Tyrion read it twice, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling. A friend was vague, perhaps deliberately so. This might be a ruse by the crown to test him, or it could be someone genuinely sympathetic to him, a lesser courtier or scribe who had heard of his rule and worried about the realm's next steps. He set the letter aside, mind racing. If he responded, he had to choose his words carefully. If it were a crown trap, any hint of defiance might be used as evidence that he was a traitor, any hint of meekness might invite demands. Yet ignoring the letter could simply confirm the court's suspicions that he was building an independent power base. He drummed his fingers on the table. A direct approach might be best. A cautious acceptance, yes, you may send an emissary provided they come in peace and do not attempt to impose demands. At least that would open a channel of dialogue. The West was not ready for open war, but Tyrion wasn't about to let King's Landing treat him as a mere vassal to be ordered about. He'd craft a careful reply. He was no traitor, but the West had certain prerogatives. He reached for quill and parchment, then paused, reconsidering. A friend could also be an enemy. Or it could be someone from the old days, perhaps a minor figure from the time Tyrion served as Master of Coin or Hand of the King. The possibilities multiplied. After deliberating for a moment, he wrote a brief, courteous response. To the one who calls themselves a friend. I acknowledge your letter and note your concerns about the realm's stability. The West remains part of the Seven Kingdoms, but we have taken necessary steps to ensure our prosperity and security. Should the crown wish to understand our position better, I am open to receiving an emissary so long as they come under a banner of peace. I stress that any discussions must be founded on mutual respect. The West will not be threatened into compliance, but we remain open to cooperation that serves the good of all. Signed, Tyrion of House Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock. He read it over, satisfied that it struck a balance, respectful but firm. Sighing, he set it aside for the moment. He would send it out that evening by Raven, addressed in a vaguely worded manner that matched the letter's style. If all went well, a discreet envoy might arrive within a few weeks, or he might receive a further written reply. At least it was an opportunity to glean more about the crown's mindset. The hours slipped by as he continued his reading and writing. Eventually, he realized the sunlight was fading, replaced by the deepening orange glow of dusk. His stomach rumbled, a gentle reminder that he had skipped a midday meal apart from a bit of bread. Before stepping out, he lit a small lamp, sealing the letter to King's Landing with red wax. Then he summoned a steward to ensure it was placed on the next Raven flight. A cool breeze drifted in from the window, carrying the scent of brine and cooking fires. Outside, the sky turned a glorious mix of pink and gold as the sun dipped below the horizon. The fortress was at its most beautiful in such light, the stone taking on a burnished hue that made it almost translucent. It reminded Tyrion of the name Casterly Rock, inherited from the ancient House Casterly that Lon the Clever had supposedly tricked out of their seat. Legend said Lon's cunning illusions had driven the Casterlys away, leaving him the master of a golden fortress. Centuries later, Tyrion followed in those footsteps, though his illusions were more political than magical. He departed the Solar, intending to dine quickly in the hall. But a page intercepted him in the corridor, breathless. My lord, a raven has arrived from Lady Sansa Stark in the Vale. They delivered it just now, urgent. Tyrion's heart flickered with interest. He took the letter, thanked the page, and ducked into a nearby alcove to read it under the lamp's glow. The seal was indeed the Moonan Falcon of House Arryn, but the text bore Sansa's personal signature. Lord Tyrion, I have considered carefully the arrangement proposed by my envoy, Lady Myra Royce, and I find most of it acceptable. Indeed, we in the Vale see benefit in forging a strong trade alliance with the West. The terms relating to tariffs and mutual neutrality, as you outlined, are agreeable. There is only one matter requiring final clarification. The Vale wishes a guarantee that we shall remain free of entanglement should the Crown challenge your authority. We will not join a war against the Iron Throne, nor will we sanction any aggression you might undertake. Our arrangement is purely defensive. If someone else invades the Vale, we may call upon you for assistance, and if an outside power invades the West, you may ask the same of us, but no more. If you can commit to these limits, I am prepared to ratify our treaty in full. Lady Myra shall return to you at the earliest opportunity with official documents. I trust we can find friendship in the quiet strength of our shared interests. May the Seven watch over your endeavors, Lord Tyrion. Signed, Sansa Stark, Lady of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale. Tyrion skimmed the letter twice, nodding slowly to himself. It was hardly surprising that Sansa wanted to avoid taking sides against the crown. She was prudent, yet her willingness to join him in a mutual defense pact, if attacked by an outside invader, was a valuable concession. The Vale's knights were still among the most disciplined in Westeros, and their mountaintop seat was notoriously difficult to assault. If she extended her protection to the west, that might deter any foes who feared the combined strength of two significant regions. Moreover, the agreement offered the potential for a shipping route from the Vale to Lannisport, bringing in fresh goods that would further boost trade. Tyrion recalled Sansa's intelligence. Once a timid girl in King's Landing, she had grown into a formidable ruler. She was no fool. She wanted the benefits of commerce without locking herself into a war on Tyrion's behalf. That was fair enough. Tyrion saw no reason to press her for more. Allies in Westeros seldom pledged unconditional loyalty unless forced, and a Vale that was at least friendly was worth a dozen uncertain lords. He would draft an immediate reply confirming his acceptance. No doubt, Myra Royce would soon appear with official papers for him to sign. Then it would be done, a formal alliance binding the Vale and the Westerlands to a pact of non-aggression and mutual defense. That would be one more cornerstone in Tyrion's architecture of stability. A gurgle in his stomach reminded him to eat. He folded the letter carefully, tucking it into an inner pocket, and made his way to the hall. The usual bustle was winding down, latecomers finishing their meals, servants clearing trenchers. Tyrion found Damon at a side table, sipping watered wine as he picked at a plate of spiced chicken and roasted carrots. Damon looked up as Tyrion approached. "You're late for supper," Damon said, a mild tease. "One might think you're deliberately trying to starve yourself." Tyrion smirked, sitting across from him. A servant hurried over with a fresh plate, and Tyrion nodded thanks. "Not at all. Just lost in letters as usual." Damon eyed him. "Anything of note?" Tyrion leaned forward. "A letter from Sansa. She's willing to finalize our pact under the condition we don't involve the Vale if the crown comes for us. Only a mutual defense if an outside force attacks. I consider it acceptable." Damon stroked his chin. "So the Vale won't help us if King's Landing declares war. But if the Iron Islands or the rumored Targaryen tries something, the Vale stands with us." "In essence, yes." Tyrion tucked into his meal, chewing thoughtfully. "It's a measured stance, typical of Lady Sansa. She's seen enough chaos to avoid direct entanglement with the crown. I'll finalize the terms, and we'll have at least one region in Westeros that won't side with the crown against us." "That's better than nothing." Damon nodded, swirling his wine. "Agreed. In the old days, Tywin would have forced the Vale's hand, demanded unconditional alliance or threatened them. But your approach is less crude. It might bear better fruit in the long run." Tyrion lifted his cup in a mocking toast. "Here's to a less crude approach, cousin." Damon responded with a subdued smile and took a sip of his own wine. The two shared a brief silence. Once, they had been enemies, but the swirl of power around them had forged a cautious camaraderie. After supper, Tyrion retreated to his solar, penning a reply to Sansa that reiterated his acceptance of the conditions. He sealed it and prepared a separate letter to be sent at first light. He also instructed a steward to have the maester stand ready with a raven for the Vale. The flurry of alliances, negotiations, and small matters was ceaseless, but Tyrion saw glimmers of progress in each one. A few days later, Brenrick and his men returned from Ashmark, weary but successful. They had confronted the deserters, cornering them in that old barn. Most surrendered upon realizing they faced a well-equipped force under the Lannister banner. Only a few tried to fight. Those men were swiftly killed in the skirmish. Brenrick brought back a half-dozen prisoners, currently locked in the Rocks dungeons awaiting Tyrion's judgment. The Reeve had sent a letter thanking Tyrion for his swift response. Another problem handled, another demonstration of rule. Within that same week, Tyrion received word from Lannisport that the shipping expansions were proceeding ahead of schedule. A new dock had been completed, large enough to moor heavier cogs from the free cities. Carpenters were finishing a capacious warehouse near the custom house. Merchants who once bypassed Lannisport in favor of Old Town or King's Landing were now reconsidering, drawn by the West's cheaper tariffs and improved security. It all pleased Tyrion deeply. If he could turn Lannisport into a major port, the wealth of the Rock would become self-sustaining. A part of him imagined Tywin's ghost grudgingly approving, though he doubted Tywin would ever have admitted it to his face. Summer waned, the intense heat easing into more moderate days. The roads remained clear, though talk of an early autumn circulated. Farmers hoped for at least a few more weeks of sun to ensure a strong harvest. Tyrion directed funds toward communal granaries, mindful that if winter arrived abruptly, the realm's margins might be tight. All the while, he heard nothing more from the friend in King's Landing, which left him uneasy. He had sent his letter by Raven, but no reply returned. Perhaps it was intercepted, or perhaps the crown was silently evaluating his words. Or maybe the letter's sender had some agenda of their own. Tyrion tried not to obsess over it. Yet each morning, he found himself half hoping for a message bearing the royal seal, granting him a glimpse into the capital's machinations. In the midst of that tension, a new rumor emerged, carried by travelers from the Riverlands. The Targaryen pretender was not content to lurk in the Stepstones. Supposedly, this person, man or woman, accounts differed, had seized a small fortress in the disputed lands near the Tyroshi border, proclaiming a right to the Iron Throne. The story was vague, no mention of dragons, no mention of great armies, just a flamboyant banner of black and red and a call for exiled knights or mercenaries to flock to the cause. Tyrion listened to these rumors with a jaded ear. It sounded like a pretender on the other side of the world, hardly an immediate threat to Westeros. Still, claims of Targaryen ancestry could stir the pot if certain discontented lords yearned for a cause. As the realm buzzed with these tales, Tyrion steadily consolidated his local power. More minor lords traveled to the Rock, paying homage or at least acknowledging his rule. Some sought land grants or official offices in exchange for loyalty. Others simply wanted reassurance that the Lannister seat remained stable. Tyrion learned to weigh each request carefully. A lord might promise fealty in a flourish of words but nurse ambitions of his own. Yet so long as they recognized Tyrion's authority, he welcomed them, binding each to him with gestures of generosity and prudent oversight. When Myra Royce returned near the end of the summer with the finalized treaty from Sansa Stark, Tyrion greeted her warmly. They had a formal signing in the Rock's Great Hall, witnessed by a small gathering of knights, scribes, and stewards. The sealed documents bore the Vale's official stamp and Tyrion's quill and lion sigil. The terms spelled out mutual trade privileges, standardized tariffs, and the defensive alliance in precise language. After the ink dried, Myra gave Tyrion a courteous bow. "Lady Sansa sends her respects and gratitude," Myra said. "She looks forward to prosperous dealings, though she cautions that the Vale will remain neutral in any dispute between you and King's Landing unless we see an outright invasion by a foreign power." Tyrion smiled. "I fully understand. Please convey my thanks to Lady Sansa. Should the Vale need assistance at any point, we stand ready." Myra dined at the Rock that evening, and conversation flowed easily. Tyrion invited a few of his lords to join them, and the talk turned to potential shipping routes. As they discussed the possibility of Vale goods traveling by sea around the northern coast or across the Bight to reach Lannisport, a larger vision of trade synergy emerged. Tyrion found himself privately marveling at how simple commerce could build ties that swords often broke. If this was the shape of the future, perhaps the West could stand strong without constant warfare. The next morning, Myra departed again, escorted by a small retinue of Vale Knights. Tyrion provided them fresh horses and supplies, ensuring their journey back would be swift. Once they were gone, he found himself alone on the Rock steps, gazing at the distant sea. The sun shone bright, a mild breeze ruffling his hair. There was a sense of something accomplished. A real alliance had been forged, signed, sealed. Whatever might come next, he had that foundation. That same day, as he settled into his solar, a guard appeared with unexpected news. Ser Gareth of Deep Den had arrived, bearing urgent tidings about the Golden Tooth. Tyrion immediately summoned him. Ser Gareth entered, still dusty from his ride, a grim expression etched on his face. "My lord," Gareth said, bowing stiffly. "I've come from near the Golden Tooth. There's been a clash, bandits again, or perhaps mercenaries, we're not certain. Lord Lefford's patrols engaged them on the eastern roads, but they were outnumbered. Half the patrol was cut down before reinforcements arrived. Word is these attackers were well armed, disciplined. Some suspect they might be from the Riverlands or traveling south from the Neck." Tyrion narrowed his eyes. Could they be the same band that threatened Tumbleton? Or a new group? And how large are they? Gareth shook his head. "Unclear. Reports say a few dozen, but they strike swiftly, vanish into wooded hills. Lord Lefford is mustering more men, but he's asked if you can spare a contingent to reinforce him while he secures the pass. He fears these brigands might block crucial trade routes, or worse, might be testing our borders for a bigger incursion." A spark of worry flickered in Tyrion's chest. He had just strengthened ties with House Lefford, ensuring the Golden Tooth's loyalty. Abandoning them now would be foolish. "We'll send aid," he said decisively. "We can't let the pass fall into chaos." Damon, who stood to the side, spoke up. We should confirm they're merely brigands. Could be a political move, someone from the Riverlands testing our defenses. Possible, Tyrion muttered. But speculation won't help. I'll dispatch men. Ser Gareth, ride back and tell Lord Lefford to expect a company under Brenrick or whichever commander is best available. We'll coordinate a search and destroy approach for these invaders. If any captured men can be made to talk, we might learn who's truly behind this. Gareth bowed. Very good, my lord. I'll depart at once. After he left, Tyrion sank into a chair. Another threat, another band of armed outlaws or would-be saboteurs. At times, it seemed as though the entire realm was dotted with pockets of chaos, each needing to be stamped out. Yet he could not ignore it. The Golden Tooth was too important. If trade routes were endangered, their entire policy of expansion and prosperity would face disruption. He summoned Brenrick again, explaining the crisis. Brenrick rubbed a hand over his scarred temple. We're spread thin already, but I can take a strong group of mounted knights and a few footmen. That should be enough to bolster Lefford's forces. If these bandits truly are well organized, we'll need a coordinated push to root them out. Do what you must, Tyrion said. Consult with Lefford, set an ambush, cut off their supplies, whatever it takes. Send runners if you need more men. Brenrick departed to gather a force. Tyrion stood alone for a moment, staring at a map pinned to the wall. He traced a finger across the symbol marking the Golden Tooth. So many little sparks threatened the realm. The West was calmer than it had been in decades, and still these flare-ups persisted. He refused to let despair sink in. This was part of the task, forging order out of disorder. Messages flew back and forth over the next few days as Brenrick led his men to the Golden Tooth. Tyrion received updates. The outlaws had ambushed 2 more caravans, but House Lefford's riders managed to save most of the merchants. The outlaws fled into wooded hills, only to be cornered in a ravine by Brenrick's knights. A bloody confrontation ensued. By the time the dust settled, at least 20 brigands lay dead, and 6 were captured. Me had escaped, but the band was broken, their operational base destroyed. Brenrick wrote that the prisoners were surly, insisting they had no overlord, just a desire for plunder. But hints emerged that at least one noble might have financed them, or possibly a mercenary sponsor from across the border. They found silver stags in pouches minted in Riverrun. Tyrion frowned at the letter, suspecting deeper intrigues. The Riverlands had its share of troubles, but would a Riverlord really sponsor banditry at the Tooth? That seemed risky unless they sought to test Tyrion's hold on the pass. He decided to let the matter rest for now. The immediate threat was dealt with. If there was a grander conspiracy, it would reveal itself in time. Summer's end brought a final flush of warmth, then the first crisp breezes of autumn drifted in. The farmland across the Westerlands began its harvest. Wagons loaded with grain and produce rumbled toward Lannisport or local markets. Tyrion oversaw the assessment of tithes, ensuring the fortress's granaries were stocked. He instructed that surpluses be stored against the chance of a long winter, remembering the harsh lessons of the realm's cyclical famines. In Lannisport, the new docks bustled. Foreign ships arrived with exotic goods, spices from Volantis, carpets from Myr, even glassware from Pentos. The local merchants were jubilant at the influx of trade. Craftsmen found new markets for their wares, and the city streets rang with the hammering of blacksmiths, the chatter of cloth dyers, and the bustle of taverns packed with travelers. Tyrion took pride in this success. He visited the city often, riding down with a small escort to walk the docks, speak with ship captains, and gauge the mood of the populace. Most welcomed him with open arms, though a few older merchants still eyed him with suspicion, perhaps remembering the tyranny of some of his forebears. But the gold in their pockets soothed many old grievances. Word reached him that the peasantry in the inland regions were mostly content. They had seen fewer bandit attacks, better roads, and fairer taxes than in memory. A few unscrupulous local lords had tried to squeeze more from their tenants, but Tyrion's standardized tax codes made that difficult. Complaints could be brought directly to the Rock, and if an investigation proved wrongdoing, that lord faced penalties. Over time, the lesser lords learned not to push their luck too far. Occasionally, Tyrion reflected on how drastically the West's image had changed. Once it was the seat of Tywin Lannister's iron rule, producing both awe and dread. Then it became the battleground of a fractious family, Cersei's madness, Jaime's doomed struggle, the humiliations that surrounded Joffrey's short reign. The Westerlands under Damon had been only a shell drifting, but now it was a realm on the rise, forging fresh links across Westeros and beyond. Tyrion felt a mix of satisfaction and a pang of sorrow for how many had died before things reached this point. As autumn deepened, the leaves turned copper and crimson, setting the hills ablaze in color. Tyrion commissioned hunts in the forests near the rock, partly for sport, partly to foster goodwill with visiting nobles. He joined one such hunt personally, albeit riding a small, sure-footed palfrey more suited to his stature than a towering warhorse. With Damon, Ser Gareth, and a handful of lords in tow, they tracked a large boar through a thick stand of oak and pine. Tyrion was no skilled hunter. He let the experienced lords lead the chase, but he enjoyed the crisp air, the scent of damp leaves, and the camaraderie of the ride. The boar, as it turned out, proved cunning and dangerous. It charged one of the younger knights, goring the horse's flank. A brief chaos erupted, with the knight tumbling off and the boar wheeling to attack. Damon and Gareth reacted swiftly. Damon thrust a spear while Gareth slashed with his sword. The boar let out a terrible squeal before collapsing in a heap. Tyrion dismounted carefully, checking the injured knight. The man was shaken but largely unhurt. The horse, though, bled badly from a deep wound in its side. That was nearly a tragedy, Tyrion said, wiping sweat from his brow. All for a bit of sport. Let's be done with it. The boar is ours. We'll feast tonight. They dressed the kill on the spot, 2 huntsmen working deftly. A sense of relief spread through the hunting party, though the incident reminded Tyrion just how fragile life could be in Westeros. Even a moment of pleasure could turn deadly. As they rode back to the rock with the boar lashed to a pony, Tyrion found his thoughts drifting again to the balance of risk and reward. The realm was full of boars of many stripes, bandits, ire-born reavers, or cunning plots from the crown. Any moment of complacency might end in blood. Yet the fortress gates greeted them with calm, the walls shining in the late afternoon sun. People bustled about the courtyard, eager to see the hunt's success. Tyrion dismounted, heard stable boys exclaim in awe at the size of the boar, saw a wide grin on Damon's face for perhaps the first time in ages. The mood was almost celebratory. That night, the boar was roasted and served in the great hall, surrounded by autumn vegetables and fresh bread. Tyrion drank sparingly, but enough to enjoy the warmth of good wine in his veins. He listened to laughter, to Damon's animated retelling of the boar's last charge, to the clink of cups and cutlery. For a moment, it felt like the West was truly at peace. But peace in Westeros never lasted. As the feast wound down, a messenger arrived, breathless, and found Tyrion at the high table. The man wore the livery of House Crakehall. Bowing low, he delivered a small rolled parchment sealed with House Crakehall's boar sigil. Tyrion frowned at the sight of another boar sigil on the same evening they had hunted one. The messenger awaited his response. Tyrion broke the seal, scanning the brief missive. Lord Tyrion, I write with grave news from Crakehall. There is talk that a royal decree has been issued in King's Landing naming you an oathbreaker who unlawfully holds Casterly Rock, property of House Lannister, in direct fealty to the crown. The decree calls upon all loyal subjects to reject your authority on pain of treason. I have not seen the decree myself but have heard it from multiple travelers passing through. If true, this may have dire consequences for the Westerlands. Please advise at once how House Crakehall is to respond if approached by crown envoys. Signed, Lord Roland Crakehall. Tyrion's stomach tightened. He set down the parchment and felt a hush descend upon him, though the hall around him still buzzed with post-feast chatter. A decree branding him an oathbreaker? That was no trifling rumor. If the crown had indeed declared him an unlawful usurper, it meant the slow-building tension with King's Landing was escalating. All his caution, all his alliances, might soon be tested. He rose from his seat, ignoring Damon's questioning look. Summon Damon, Brenrick, everyone, Tyrion said to the messenger. We must verify this at once. Beneath the outward calm in his voice, a storm brewed. The crown could be lashing out in desperation or preparing a more calculated move. In either case, the West stood on the brink of a crisis that could unravel everything Tyrion had built. News traveled fast in a castle. Within the hour, Tyrion had convened a small council in his solar. Damon arrived in a hurry, still half-dressed from the feast, and Brenrick came in with a half-eaten hunk of bread in hand. They and a few other captains gathered around the table, anxious. Tyrion read them the message from Crakehall. The room fell silent. This is unconfirmed, Tyrion stressed. But we must assume it's true. The crown may be labeling me a traitor and demanding my removal. If so, they'll call on Westerlands lords to repudiate my claim. That would sow division, possibly spark civil conflict. And if they decide to march an army west? Damon folded his arms. We cannot let them pick us off by turning our own lords against us. Perhaps we should send riders immediately to the major houses, Crakehall, Lefford, Brax, and others. If we secure their loyalty now, the crown's decree won't sway them. Agreed, Tyrion said. Most have already accepted me, but a royal edict can shake loyalties. We'll need reaffirmations of fealty and swiftly. Also, I'll send out ravens to confirm the existence of this decree. If it's read aloud in King's Landing, we might learn its exact wording from our contacts there. Brenrick rested a hand on his sword hilt. We should also be prepared to defend ourselves if the crown sends a force. But the crown's armies are not what they were under the old Targaryens. They'd have to muster from the Crownlands or beyond, possibly call in allies from the Reach or the Stormlands. Both are uncertain. It might take them months to assemble a proper host. True, Tyrion said. Time is on our side if they do plan an invasion. The question is whether they can cause trouble without a full invasion. They could incite local rebellions, sponsor mercenaries, any number of tactics. We must be vigilant. He looked around at the worried faces, feeling a surge of determination. We haven't come this far only to be undone by a royal decree. The realm is fractured. King's Landing might think it can simply brand me a traitor and expect compliance. But the West is no longer a fragile shell. We stand on firmer ground than they realize. If they want to challenge me, they'll find us ready. The council spent hours devising a response, sending out messages to Westerlands' houses, quietly urging them to reject any crown attempts to undermine Tyrion. They agreed to increase watch on key roads and passes to intercept suspicious riders or envoys who might stir dissent. Meanwhile, they would intensify their training schedule. Subtle steps, none so overt that they declared open war, but enough to ensure readiness. As the night wore on, Tyrion dismissed the council members one by one until only Damon remained. They stood beside the dying hearth, the embers casting flickers of orange light on the stone floor. Damon's posture was tense, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. It begins, Damon said softly. Tyrion nodded. I expected it sooner or later. The crown was never going to ignore the West forever. Are you ready for war? Damon asked, voice hushed. This realm has seen too many battles, too many burnt fields. I recall when the Lannisters fought the Riverlands in the early days of the War of the Five Kings. The devastation was immense. I'm no warmonger, Tyrion said, but I won't surrender the rock on the crown's whim. We'll hope for a diplomatic resolution, but prepare for the worst. Damon's gaze flicked to the tapestry on the wall, a lion proudly emblazoned. I suppose there's no turning back. Let's just hope the lords of the West remain loyal in the face of the crown's demands. Tyrion sighed. They will, most at least, if we show them that standing with us is safer and more profitable than bending to a distant king or queen who can't protect them. That's what we've been building all this time. Damon nodded. Then I'll see to those letters tonight. They parted ways, each carrying the weight of impending conflict. Tyrion paced in his solar, alone, thoughts churning. This was the moment he had anticipated for months, even years. If the crown officially branded him an oathbreaker, the path to peaceable autonomy was fraught. Yet he refused to kneel to a monarchy that had done so little for the West in recent memory. He had earned his seat through cunning and toil. A piece of parchment in King's Landing would not drive him out. Still, the stakes were higher than ever. War, or at least the threat of it, loomed on the horizon. Tyrion prayed that cooler heads might prevail at court, but he knew from bitter experience how quickly reason gave way to ambition. Would the Vale hold to its neutrality if the crown demanded action? Would the Ironborn exploit this situation for more raids? The tapestry of alliances and threats felt more tangled than ever. Eventually, weariness overtook him and he sank onto a wooden chair beside the hearth. The coals glowed in the darkness. He remembered a night long ago, standing on the battlements of King's Landing, fending off Stannis Baratheon's fleet with wildfire. That had been a different war, a different Tyrion. Now he was on the other side of the game board, the seat of power under his command but threatened by external might. A sense of grim resolve settled into his bones. He had not claimed Casterly Rock only to lose it at the first roar from the crown. If King's Landing wanted a struggle, they would find the West prepared. Thus ended the night that signaled a new, precarious chapter. By dawn, ravens would be winging their way across the Westerlands, carrying Tyrion's messages of unity. And in King's Landing, perhaps a decree was being read that named him traitor. Between these two acts lay the fate of the realm's western domain. Tyrion rose from his chair, banked the coals, and retired to his chambers. Sleep would not come easily, but he would find it somehow. Because morning brought the next move in the dangerous dance of illusions and steel. And for all his weariness, Tyrion Lannister had no intention of faltering now.